smell. Babe. Oh yeah, that's no. Midnight gaming.
One of those Chihuahua puppy dogs that has a lot of bark and a lot of bite.
No, there's none of those. Chihuahuas don't have bite. They just bark out the window at things that are much larger than them.
Spike down B. Feeling fed. One enemy remaining. Flawless.
They really just lined up there. Honestly, can someone just like press the clip button? I don't care if you actually name it, but that was pretty funny.
I got you.
Because I like that. They just like lined up for that. Just sat there and was like, okay. Sound does a cookie bake? Nom 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 nom. We can defuse that. What are we doing? Oh wait, no, we're planting. Never mind.
There.
Oh my god. No. Nobody clip it. Don't do it.
I should have so gotten that. Why didn't I not get that? Oh, why am I
Do you
not?
have any other guns?
Yep. I was just trying not to
Did you
use.
just skedaddle them?
I actually did!
No, revive the good one first. Yeah, so revive Connor.
Like shove it in my face like this.
Yeah. Close your eyes. Throw it. Stop. Aren't you glad you closed your eyes?
Oh damn. Ooh, whoa. Wow. Why did I do that? Please help me. Jesus Christ, please help me. Give me cookies? No, no, no. I'm sorry, I can't give you my cookies. You'll have to harass someone else for cookies. Sorry, no, no, no. No, I can't give you my cookies. Oh my lord, this woman is like just sucking it out of me, isn't she? Jeez.
Got a clear view, clear way of getting up. A massive, great big fucking ladder.
Oh god, I fell down. I fell down the ladder. They wouldn't let me get back on the ladder. I'm like, run, 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 and they're like, Hoi-ya! Hoi-ya!
Okay.
They're
I
like,
don't know how to reply to any of that.
they're fucking everywhere. I'll give you treatment at the witch's house. Okay. Oh my god, we're carrying him home. Oh, my heart. Guys. Oh. We're carrying him.
Exactly one of those.
Oh yeah, they go like.
What the fuck was that?
It's the sound the dinosaurs make. This is as terrible as the smell of spotted shit take mushrooms. I don't think that's how you meant to say that word, but anyway. Up ahead is the engine room. Okay. Chit chat. Please save any inquiries regarding souvenirs. Shiitake. Shiitake? Did I say?
Unless this is not sugar and this is salt. It says salt.
You can taste it.
You can't. It doesn't have a smell. Babe. Oh yeah, that's no. Midnight gaming. Good morning.
My game is ready already. Scared me. Good morning, friendos. How's everybody doing? I was just quickly posted my daily video. Up on the YouTube and TikTok. It's processed. I think it has. It's cool. And now just post that in Discord and say hi everybody. And then we're gonna play some Animal Crossing. Alrighty. Let's get it. Whoop, whoop. Those of you on TikTok, I'm so sorry. The title is wrong because for some reason my stream elements just would not let me change it. So it says Final Fantasy, even though we're not playing Final Fantasy. I'm very sorry. Oh, and for some reason the game is not coming up on... Yeah. Here we go. Beautiful. Alright. Hello, Tom Nook. Oh, they're constructing the museum. Hope you're having a splendid museum class. Okay, so tomorrow we'll have the museum. Oh, and they've opened the new shop. Woo! Oh, and now we've got the box. I love the box. Honestly, I do. Oh, my stream avatars isn't the right size for some reason. Why is everything broken today? Yeah, I love having the box because you can literally drop off anytime. New Nook's Cranny. Ooh. I was gonna answer the phone. Oh my goodness, he's offering someone else a getaway package at the same time. Silly bean. Alright. Got mail. Daisy May. That's nice. And for some reason my radio is on. Look, my flowers are growing. Oh, this is extra beds and stuff. Look, the museum is being built. Woo! This is the shop. Oh, it's so beautiful. Look at all the stuff they have. Much nicer than I managed. Mabel. Something come to mind. Oh, a clothing supply. Yes, please. Next granny. Woohoo! Wallpaper and flooring. Oh, nice. Did you, a scientist, combine crab and cheetah DNA? No. Oh, you can buy rods if you need to at all, or anything like that. Wetsuit, an umbrella. Medicine, party popper, balloons. Oh, these are the flowers and stuff. Saplings for trees. Wrapping paper. Ah, recipes. Oh, a slingshot recipe, yes please. Want that. I'll buy it. At silly Aranon. I already know how to make a bolting pole. And a watering can. I don't know why some of these are things that I've already got. Test your DIY skills. DIY for beginners. And oranges. And then... well, I've got a bike. What's this? Party garland. Oh. I'll pass for now. Oh, this is stuff for like tables. Very pretty. Thanks, Timmy. Thanks, Tommy. How are you, Aranon? Oh, I need to reset my softball as well. Stream element. Old and tired. I feel like that today. We went to bed very late last night, and then I woke up at like 5 AM. So I had disturbed sleep as well. Here we go. My Nook Miles. That's something. It's like buying things or something. There we go. First time buyout. Woo! Oops, no, I don't want to. Okay. We'll learn how to make the slingshot. Whee! What else have I got in here? A chair and a Stadia heater. I put those away. In my house. My house is so bare. Look at it, it's empty. Oh, that's what that is. I was wondering what that was. Oops, I did not mean to pick it up. I want to see if you could use it, but I guess not. No, can't use it. Oh, that's pretty. Put that one in storage. I like that. Look at that, guys. Very pretty. Alright, let's go around my town and see what we can do. I'm sure we've got plenty of stuff we can do. Oh, this. I'm not going to stuff this up this time. I know what I'm doing now. So you dig up the bells. And you bury it. And then it grows a money tree. Who's fishing? Hiya! Oh, sorry, I just made a hole in the ground next to you, buddy. You know about reactions? Oh. Hit ZR. Oh! I'm so excited. Ha! And be happy! Should we be something else? Oh, delight. Oh! Exciting. Fossil. Oops. Which tool do I want? This one. I need to seriously do my gardening. Look at all this weeding. Only weeding. How many weeds? All my weeds. Oh, look, another fossil thing. Whee! Another fossil! You know, anything about fossils is they don't stack at all, so they take up a lot of space. Oh, it's all garden rock. Interesting. Sweet! I'll peel some oranges. My goal is to garden, like, to get all the weeds today. That is my goal. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do it, but we'll see. A lot of weeds. Oranges. Oh, my pockets are full. Oh no. My pockets are full. Whee. Whee. I'm gonna sell the fruit because I don't really need it at the moment. No, I just sell them straight to them because that's. Otherwise, I have to wait until tomorrow to get the money. Oh, turnips. Okay. What's hot today? Is the campfire. We pay twice the usual amount for hot items, so go ahead and bring them in. Oh. So I craft campfires and they'll pay me 2 times the amount for them? Interesting. I don't know how to make campfires though, so I'll have to have a look. Thank you so much. Bye. Okay, yeah. That's what it says. This is on the front. So let me have a look at how to make a campfire then. How do you make a campfire? Literally just tree bark. I can make so many of those. Oh my goodness. I'm about to be rich, guys. I am about to be so rich. It's not even funny. You're not even ready for this, honestly. Gold nugget away as well. I need to put my bugs and fish down, because nice. I'm a bit of an oddball. I just have fish and bugs around my house. Yeah, the fossils I can't do anything with because they haven't been told, like, assessed what they are. So we'll just put them in storage for now. Whee! Well, let's go out to my DIY thing and we'll make us campfires. I think it's not the other way, but it's okay. Yes, let's craft. It'd be cool if you could craft more than one thing at once. Like if it's crafting the same thing. I think that's the last one I can craft. Oh, I can craft one more? Okay. One I'm going to put out the front of my house, though, and the other ones I'm going to sell. Yeah. I'm going to put one out here. Maybe here for now. Oops, I picked it up. So you can make a fire. Woo! This camp's on fire. This camp is on fire. Hi, Timmy. I want to sell. 3 campfires. I thought they were hot. They're hot and he's giving me 180 bells. What were they worth before? Like 30 each? They're worth 60 each now. That's nothing. That was not worth my time. I'm so disappointed right now. Did anybody else expect them to literally be worth nothing? Because I certainly did not. Oh, I think that's a bug I don't have. Come here, butterfly.
tiger butterfly. Ooh, it's so pretty. Oh. Well, there goes my net. These are fruit trees I'm growing. Okay, slingshot's hardwood. Interesting. Alright, we'll craft this net first. Okay. Go get some hardwood. There's some on the floor there. Oops. Is that enough? Did I just get enough just by doing that? Thank you so much for liking the live. I appreciate it. I hope you're doing well. I need 5, I think. Didn't get 5, did I? Chop them. Well, now I do. I wonder how much wood is actually worth, because, like, maybe... might be worth selling some of it. Okay, now I've got a slingshot in case any of those presents come flying by. Ta-da! Oops, I don't want to keep crafting. Like, look at all this wood we've got. That dinosaur thing scared the poo out of me for a second. I was like, what's wrong? Nothing I've seen before. Are they drinking a Fanta? They are. It doesn't say Fanta, obviously, but they are drinking a Fanta. Oops, I accidentally scared the fishy away. Bye-bye, fishy! I'm making a few holes by accident. My bad. Yeah, give me all the clams. They take up 1 space each, they do, okay. So I've only got 3 slots left. Pretty butterfly, it's also another tiger one, I think. Why'd the fish have to turn around? You see that? Oh my god, they're doing it again. That fish doesn't want to get caught. Yeah, I'm too far away. Oh, that one might do it. Yeah. I've already got a loach before, but that's alright. We can sell that one. Capture the fishy. Closer. Bite it. Bite it. Oh my goodness. Bite it. Thank you. What's that one? A pale chub. I think we might have got that before, but I'm not sure. Look, guys, it's one of the presents. Woo! Ah, this is mine. A paper tiger. I want to go home and see what that is. Let's go. Whee! Ah, I got a present from the sky. I'm just gonna pop it here for now because I want to see what it is. Oh my gosh, look, it's a little tiger. Oh. Your dead moves. Right, let's put it inside. Seems like a more inside sort of thing. Put it over here in the corner. There he is. I don't know how to turn him, but... Oh, that way. There we go. There we go. And look, beautiful guys, look. I'm gonna have like a full-on insect fish situation going on in here. You guys don't even understand what's about to happen. Yes, let's sell something. We'll just plop these in here because I don't really think they're gonna sell for that much anyway. Okay, that's quite sizable. Much more than I thought it would be, but that's alright. Alright. Get some Nook Miles. And some DIY furniture. Nook Miles. Getting all the Nook Miles, guys. Oh, is this for picking up the... Oh, digging up the clams. Okay. I didn't know there was a Nook Mile for digging up the clams. I also got... Oh my goodness, another one. This is for doing reactions. Or learning the reactions. Nook Miles for miles. Earning Nook Miles for earning miles. Oh. So the more miles I earn, the more... Nook Miles I earn. Okay. What's the other thing on there? The flag. Oh. There you go. Island Life 101. There's just some little tidbits. Alright, let's go to the other side of our island. Because there's lots of things to do over here. Look, I dug up a fossil! Look, I dug up another fossil! I'm gonna shake some cheese. Give me all your weeds, and I'll sell them. We have so many weeds. Why is there so many weeds here? My phone is just going up today, my lord. Double checking the time for tomorrow. I think it's 1:45. Yeah. So much is going on in the universe of the streamers at the moment. I'm very happy that you guys are just chill, honestly. Ow! I need my stick! That's not sticking here. Alright, maybe we should do all the gardening and then, yeah, maybe we'll leave Animal Crossing for today because there's not a lot that I can do when the museum's not up and running. 'Cause my big thing is collecting bugs and stuff and taking them to the museum to complete the museum. And the fossils. Oh, Paris, I don't know if you're around, if you're listening. If you are, I need to take a group next week. I need to take a recipe to share that's like very easy and simple and stuff. This recipe week is next week. I don't know what I should take. Forgot to tell you about it yesterday because of all the stuff that happened. Alright, Powers must not be around, that's okay. Anybody else happens to know a pretty simple recipe I can take for my mum's group next week? Alright, I've got so many things happening right now. I've got streamer friends messaging me, catching me up on stuff that's been happening. I've got personal friends as well that are trying to organise a lunch tomorrow. Not much going on. I'm glad I'm just playing this nice chill Animal Crossing though. But it's not too difficult to just stop for a second. Oh look, our island's already looking so much better. We're getting all of the weeds away. Well, except for up the top on the hills, because I can't get up there yet, but... that's okay. No worries, good luck with everything. I'm just weeding away. I'm chilling. I'm not. I'm just chilling. collecting my oranges and my weeds. Probably gonna do some Final Fantasy soon though, because I collected way too many side quests yesterday. I really need to get rid of them. Those of you who do play Final Fantasy though, let's start buying things from the market board. I feel like I don't sell anything anymore. I feel like when I used to play Final Fantasy, I used to sell stuff all the time, and now I just don't. Just don't. Support small businesses. Alright. Yes, I'll sell more things from the Dropbox, thank you. Alright. Can I see if there's anything behind the tree? No, there's nothing behind the tree that I can see. Good job getting your cookies, Paris. Which cookie are you? A double chocolate chip cookie. Num 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 num. Oh, there's a present. Oh no, it's gonna fly away into this. I'm not gonna be able to get it. Oh no, come here. Come here, present. I want you. I want you. Come back. No, it's gone. Oh, it's gone. Who the heck is this? Hello? Guys, there's a passed out pelican on here. Do I tell someone? Oh, there we go. I woke him up. Purple! Okie dokie! Avatars. Purple! My purple suit. Almost time? Alright. I like this one actually. It's a unicorn and the horn like moves. Everybody say thank you, Paris, for such beautiful hats, because she designed all the hats. Oh my gosh, oh no! His phone's broken! Sure, I'll look for your communicator parts. Okay, bye Gulliver. I'll go look for your parts, I guess. Oh, some... Oh look, I found one! Oh, the oranges are on the floor. Not good. Oranges go bad on the floor, guys. Don't leave your oranges on the floor. Oh, there's another thing spitting out the ground. There's another one! Do these stack? Because if not, I'm gonna cry. Oh, they do, thank gosh. So many things in this game don't stack, and it makes me want to cry myself to sleep at night. And then I end up with a full inventory. Very easily. Oh! Manila clam. Okay, some of these things are stacking, so that's nice. Okay, we've got 3 out of 5 of the communicator parts. 2 more to go. Okay, 1 more to go. Look at me, I'm so smart. Look at me go. Maybe here. Yes! Okay, he can get on his merry way back to his boat, or whatever, plane, or whatever he came in on. Oh. We'll swap up the weeds and come back for the weeds. Hey, buddy. I found your parts. Oh, he's dancing. Okay. You're welcome, Gulliver. Oh, he's gonna send me a present. Okay. How nice, he's gonna send me a present in the mail, guys. Such a kind bird. Why is there so many of these down here? Look at all the seashells by the seashore. Oh. Okay, I can't pick up any more seashells by the seashore. Whee! Yes, let's sell more stuff through the Dropbox. Thank you. I got that one. Sell the big lot. And that oranges. I'm gonna get banged today, guys. Look at that, 9,000. 9,000 bells at the end of the day today. Making money. And we get some Nook Miles. And more Nook Miles. Oh, you get them based on the amount of shells you sell. Yeah, sell the shells by the seashore. That's what you gotta do. Alright. Sell seashells by seashore. Seashells, seashells by seashore. Or they maybe pick up some more seashells and then we might go play some Final Fantasy for a bit. Oh, I think. Hello, Gulliver again. Oh, I got a fish there. I should catch it. In case there's one we don't have. Oh, I'm so tired. I've got a coffee and it's not even helping. What on earth is that? A zebra turkey fish. I think I might have already given them one of those, but now I don't know. I'll have to have a look. I definitely haven't got one of those before. A butterfly fish. Critterpedia. No. A spell. What was I looking for? Zebra turkey fish there. How do I know if I've... I mean, it's already been looked at, I guess, so... Don't know. I might keep it just in case. There's no way to tell if it's been donated. Oh, we'll just keep it. It's another fish, right? I hate fishing in this game. Oh my goodness. Oh, a squirrel. I don't think we're going to get all our weeding and farming done today because got distracted with me fishing. Well, what's that? Is that a bee? Might be my only chance to catch one. Woo! A honeybee. Not the same as the ones that chase me. I'm always getting killed by the ones that chase you. Oops, I scared that fish away in the pond. My bad, sorry fishy. I'm gonna have to keep all these insects and fish and stuff because I have no idea if I have them or not. Fish. Ooh! I think I would have done that when... Hey, come on, fishy, 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 fishy. Any more fishy fishies? Along here? No. I'm pretty sure I can sell the black bass, so I'm pretty sure we've got one. If not, they're pretty common to catch, so... I can always recatch another one at a later date, but I'm pretty sure we've... Oh! Balloon! 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 Oh, a suit. Oh. I need to empty my pockets. My pockets are full. Yes. And I get changed in the house because it might be a little bit embarrassing to get changed in the middle of the city. Oh, look at that. Cute little suit. Excuse me. Oh, I'm wearing no pants now. Whoops. Sorry, guys. Alright, let's put the shirt away. I can hang it on the wall. Might do that, actually. That sounds like a good idea. I can have my speculums on the wall! Did you guys know this? I didn't know this. I don't think any other ones, but that's... I've got shoes. I doubt you can put shoes on the wall. Let's have a look though, shall we? You can! Oh my goodness. Dude! I didn't even know this. That's crazy. I'm gonna move this one. And over into the corner. We've got like a little aquarium aquarium insect situation happening in here. And a bee. Bzz, bzz, bzz. Actually, I might put him over here in the corner on top of this. Should be able to. Yeah. Do you guys like my house? It's an aquarium insect place. It's a fish insect aquarium. That's what it is. Actually amazing. I actually love that. Not gonna lie. Oh. There you go. If you hoard things in your house, you get Nook Miles, guys. And for today? Okay. Yeah, I don't feel like there's too much I can do right now, seeing as I gotta wait for the museum and stuff. So I might save for now.
Like, shove it in my...
Wrong button. Sorry. Wrong button. Oh, excuse me. Alright, that's gonna save. And I'm just going to BRB quickly. And when I come back, we're gonna play some Final Fantasy. We're gonna do some side quests, maybe some dungeons. And go and have some fun. I will be back as soon as I can.
Give me cookies? No, no, no. I'm sorry. I can't give you my cookies. You'll have to harass someone else for cookies. Sorry. Sorry. No, no, no. No, I can't give you my cookies.
This 1v1 is one of my favorite fights I've ever had.
They have purple, but I 96'd them. I have the wrong gun out.
Oh my god, I can't give up a picture. Where are they?
It's just that one.
Enemy removed. One dead for you. They were not good enough.
That was close.
You got another one there. Another one there, Cookie. Left. Left.
When you forget that you're a VTuber. Cool shirt, Cookie? Oh shit, right. I went and looked at my real shirt.
I guess I eat go until I get knocked, right? I'm kidding. I'm not gonna
my life.
And
It's a
I
sen-
never felt this way before. I swear it's the truth. And I owe it all to you.
Amazing.
Hit me with your best shot.
Go on and hit me with your best shot. Why don't you hit me with your best shot?
Fire away.
Yes.
Ooh, I'm super low.
I'm in love with an emo girl.
I fell in love with an emo girl. All I want is
an emo girl. I fell in love with an emo girl. I'm in love with an emo girl.
I fell in love with an emo girl. All I want is an emo girl. GG's, guys. You guys are terrible. You're like, what's it called? Yum yum fishes. Piranhas.
What? I'm a
Piranha. I'm a piranha. Exactly. I'm a piranha. You'll not believe what I said. 90 degrees Fahrenheit. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is in Google terms.
I was about to say in Google. I'm
Yes.
gonna start calling Celsius Google from now on.
Thanks.
5 degrees Google.
When I lose control.
Oh, GG! I would go to shoot it. In with the Spectre, even though you're not meant to scope in. I find that you just.
Player standing. One enemy remaining. Thrifty.
Oh no, sir, please stop. I do not want your hook in places where it does not belong. Get it out. Thank you. Okay, my dude.
Oh, you freaking legend.
I got you. Don't worry. Oh no. No! Oh.
That is so rough.
I'm sorry.
Enemy spotted mid.
You fought well.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Oh my god! What?
Exactly one of those.
Oh yeah, they go like.
What the fuck was that?
That's the sound the dinosaurs make.
Ryan. Well, that's a big dragon in my face.
Dragging these nuts on your face. I don't appreciate you giving me anxiety.
I inflict a lot of anxiety for a lot of people. Go ahead and fantastic.
Flawless. Oops, I tried never wrong. I typed. Fuck. First I typed never wrong, and then I said never wrong. Oh, cookie. Yes, Luna.
Alright. I am back. Did you miss me? Oh, I'm trying to take my... Ooh. My Joy-Cons back on the... If I can. Okay. Oops. Just hang on my Xbox quickly because I have heard through the grapevine that Xbox Ultimate Pass now does the words are hard. Does the Fortnite crew thing. So I want to load it on my Xbox. I'm thinking maybe it might that might be how you do it. Yes. Thank you so much for resubscribing. You threw a Pokeball at my head. Terrible. How you doing? You're a double chocolate chip cookie and you give yourself a sub? That's like a cookie within a cookie. I love Frosty Tools. It's great. I love it. You're gonna get some weckies done, buddy, so. Oops. I'm using my controls funny on the Xbox now because I've been using the Switch. I have 8 updates on my Xbox. That's just crazy. And not one of them is Fortnite. I did hear that it was a couple of days ago that it came in. Fortnite, Crew, and Game Pass. It says starting November 18th, so it should be... Oh, hang on. There's some information. Coming to Xbox Game Pass. This week we have a couple of crews for you to join in our reoccurring coming soon to Xbox Game Pass announcement. Fortnite Crew is available today with Xbox Game Pass Ultimate. Oh, let's go. I'm gonna load it on the Xbox because I'm gonna assume that's how you connect it. So I don't know if you're still around. Lovely. but it is now available. I have no idea how you connect it. How to claim. Oh, here we go. Agree. How to claim it. Must be subscribed to Xbox Game Pass Ultimate. You first need to make sure your Xbox and Epic Games accounts are linked. Okay, head to the Epic Games website. Okay. Sorry guys, we're taking a little bit of a detour here. Because I want to make sure it's connected. Account. One. Thank you for liking, I appreciate it. Okay, so it goes account. Linked accounts tab. Linked accounts. Oh, it is connected. Oh, awesome. So it should automatically just do it then. I should link my Nintendo account now that I've got a Switch again, because I don't know if they give you anything, but they might. Sometimes they do. I agree. To your privacy stuff and things. I'm done linking. Okay, there's nothing else on here that I need to link, really. Did you guys know you can link your My Disney account? I don't even know what a My Disney account is, but apparently you can link it on Epic. You can also link your Google. I don't know why you'd want to do that. And your Facebook. I don't know why you'd need to do that. What do Epic Games and Facebook have in common? Literally nothing. You can also link your Lego account if you have a Lego account. Fun facts for today. Alright, I'm gonna put myself in the Final Fantasy category now. And I will load it up while I am checking on my fork and knife stuff. Oops, that's not the right one, is it? Have I been in the wrong category for the last couple of days, or have I been in the right one? Because there's two of them. They both say online. XIV. Yeah, there's an XI online, and then there's an XIV online. Make sure, guys, if you're streaming this, that you're putting yourself in the right category. I didn't even know that. Dungeons and side quests. Done. I am in. I've literally just updated it. I just did it. It should have updated now. No, the last couple of days, I'm wondering if I was in the right Final Fantasy category because apparently there's two of them. I'm gonna have a look, make sure. Oh, it just does. It does say XIV online, so that's good. I've been putting myself in the right one. I didn't even know there was a second Final Fantasy online. Or first Final Fantasy online, I guess, because XI is before XIV. Thank you for logging in. You're welcome, Fortnite. New Homer clone gameplay. What is that? My lordy lord. Need to check, see if my thing's connected. It is! Yes! Fortnite crew! Yeah, it was, I'll have a look at it again. It says X Final Fantasy XI online. there's Final Fantasy XI online, and there's, which is what, 11? 11? Then there's Final Fantasy XIV, which is obviously the one we play online. So, XI, then XIV, which is what the one XIV is the one we play. So if you guys have Xbox Ultimate Game Pass, make sure that you load up Fortnite and make sure it's connected to your Epic Games so you get your Fortnite crew for free. Well, I mean, quote unquote free, but... Rainy! Hot damn, I'm on a roll! 10 streams! Goodness me, Rainy, you've been to every one for the last 10 streams? That's crazy. Hot damn. Hot dog, diggity dog. Still ages till any of the passes like change though. Still got some Springfield rewards I need to do before the end of the season. Oh. I'm trying to have a look at other things. Sorry guys, the music's not making sounds because I'm not tabbed in right now. I still need to get Reactor Homer.
How many years have I waited for this moment? For the one that stood alone against the storm.
I've got so many V-Bucks right now, guys. I have 4,100 V-Bucks. It's insane. I can buy whatever I want. Not that I don't think I even want anything anyway, but... Oh, why is Mr. Meeseeks bundle? Why? Oh, there's a Lisa Simpson bundle? Forcing you to re-download Fortnite? No! Why? Why would it do that? That's mean. Also, I don't think they know how their own stuff works sometimes, Fortnite. So, as some of you know, as I've spoken to some of you before, that's it. My eldest got onto my Fortnite and bought a glider and a sidekick. Now, I was able to refund the glider myself in the cancel menu, but it wouldn't let me do the sidekick. It was like, this doesn't exist, blah blah blah. So I had to email them, and I contacted them. I'm gonna bring up the email because I don't even remember exactly what was said, but it was really, like, dumb, honestly. So, Epic Games, yeah. So, oh, that was the feedback thing. They want feedback. My feedback is that you guys are silly, but anyway. So I wrote and was pretty much like, hey, my child got on my game, bought one of the new sidekicks. This is the sidekick. I tried to refund it. It won't let me. Blah, blah, blah. They're like, we appreciate you reaching out about your refund request. We've looked through your account thoroughly to assist you. Fortnite's refund system for item shop purchases relies on what we call return tickets. Players are initially given 3 of these tickets, which can be used to return eligible cosmetics within 30 days of purchase for V-Bucks. Upon reviewing your account, it shows that you have 0 return tickets available. Sorry, we're unable to fulfill your request at this time because blah, blah, blah. Please refrain from sharing your account since consequences like this cannot be adjusted. I was like, hello, I've only ever returned one thing, which was the glider. And when I load my game, it says I have 3 tickets. Please help me rectify this situation, thank you. They're like, thanks for writing back. If you still have a refund token, follow this article, which I'd already looked at the article, by the way, so I knew how to do it. Plus, I'd already refunded the glider, so it should work the same. Let us know if there's any issues. I was like, I have attached a video of the issue I'm having. I believe it is because it was a sidekick purchased and they are specific as you edit them when you buy them. I was like, I've seen online. And so for some reason, it isn't showing as refundable, but this is 1,200 V-Bucks worth, which is in Australia dollars, for you guys who don't know, about $12 for a dog. I was like, I was not interested in purchasing this, as I got a dog in the battle pass with my Fortnite crew for free. Thank you. They're like, after careful review, it appears that the refund was successful. The V-Bucks are already in your account. And I was like, do they mean because it's saying that I have 1,200? Because I did, I obviously already refund the glider. I was like, there was 2 purchases, a glider and a sidekick, so in total 2,400. Was able to return the glider, hence I have 1,400. However, I had 2,600. I attached the video showing that the game is not allowing me to refund the dog. And they're like, there were 2 purchases. One was a regular purchase and one was a gift. Which is, I'll come back to this. We made a one-time exemption for this, blah, blah, blah. This is for the gifted Bonesy for 1,200 V-Bucks. Kindly refrain from sharing your account. This is a direct violation of EULA/TOS, and further infractions may result in actions against the account involved. But we made a one-time exemption on that. I just went back and I was like, I don't believe it was gifted as it was on my account. And by the way, still on my account. And I could use the item in my locker. But I do appreciate you making an exemption for this nonetheless, as I didn't make the purchase. I just mentioned, I was like, I do not share my account with anyone. As was mentioned in my original support ticket, my child hacked onto my computer. I continue to change my passwords and ensure things are logged out, etc. And he keeps getting in somehow. And as there is no way for me to stop him purchasing once he's in, I had to ask for these to be returned. Thank you for your time and help. But like, how do you look at it and go, ah, yes, this was gifted? It's not gifted because I own it, and I still own it. I'm not even going to say anything about it because I can't be bothered, but... How is that gifted? It's not gifted. I just don't think they would know how their own sidekicks work, honestly. No, so it was purchased on my account with my V-Bucks. I just don't think that they know how it works, because I think maybe it comes up as it being gifted because it's a... I think it just all has to do with the fact that they're customizable. Well, I had the V-Bucks and then I didn't have the V-Bucks anymore. It was definitely mine that was spent to do it. Because I've never seen them have anything like that before. Anything that is like, customizable to you and you customize it how you want. I haven't seen them ever do anything like that before. So I wonder if it's just, yeah, either not done very well or, yeah, I don't know. Bit odd. I'm still only selling 20 items for each of my characters. Let's send help, guys. Anyway, I got the V-Bucks back and all is well. And I got extra, I assume because the Fortnite crew went through again. I'm not really sure why I have even more, but... Oh, this is the wrong game. Still got that on top. No, because the one that was in my account, it's like it didn't exist. So, yeah, I don't know. Because when I, when I went into the inventory, the locker or whatever, and I click it, it says, oh, you know, you own one of these, and you go to, like, you know, the refund button or whatever, and it says, it just doesn't exist. And I'm like, oh, okay. I mean, you do exist, but sure. Honestly, it's just kind of a really weird system, I think. That maybe they don't even understand fully. No one else gifted it to me. I think it's just, yeah, weird sit-charoony with the way they work. Because my V-Bucks are missing. Yeah, but I was missing 2,400 V-Bucks. And the only thing I was able to return was the glider. I don't know. It's all very strange. Yeah, I mean, I guess. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, it's all just very weird. I don't really understand it, but... is what it is. I got it back anyway, so that's what matters, right? Oh, I just need to do the Hull Breaker as well. Where's the Hull Breaker? That's the normal one. This is wants me to Hull Breaker Isle hard. I don't have. There. Found it. Never mind. It's all good. I've had a use Fortnite Xbox again. I hope so. But did it work for you? It connected? It's honestly such a good thing they're giving out. I'm not gonna lie. Like, that's actually so wild to me. Yeah, awesome. I'm so glad. Yeah, honestly, they keep offering more and more, like, really good things, and I'm loving it. I really am. Alright, where we going? This way? There's a quest over here that we've got to... I think I'm finishing it. Oh no, never mind. More things popped. I'm trying to get some of those Moogle points. So for those of you who do not know, the Moogle thing right now, the special event, if you do them and you get the points, you can actually buy the riding maps, which means that it is faster when you're riding around, which is really cool. Obviously, we love that. I hate this map. I forgot what map this was. I hate this one. What are we doing? Oh, we're just taking them all. Taking all of the bad guys all at once. And it's one way to do it, I guess. This dude knows that we can't run and attack things at the same time, right? I need a button. I need to work out a hotkey to switch the target. I just use my mouse at the moment. Yum. I don't need any of that stuff, to be honest with you. Oh my goodness, they're just murdering everything. I don't even get to participate. Whee. I need that minion. I haven't got that minion, I don't think. I should have checked whether I had the minion or not, but... Is he never decent healer? Yeah. The tank is a little bit overzealous at the start, but seems a bit better now. Legit, like, pulling everything in the dungeon at first. I'm not getting hit by that, thank goodness. Whoop. Yeah, not like yesterday. Yesterday was certainly something. Oh, no. I got by that. Should have turned around and run away and backwards. Woo! Let me open the box. Here we go. They're going. They're going away. I don't want to be there. Not interested in the fight. Where are we going? Are we staying here? Is that what we're doing? I'm so confused. Let me go. Off we go again. Why they've got all of the annoying annoying dungeons on the thing? That's my question for today. All the fiddly dungeons. No cutscenes for me, thank you. Seven. Oh, I got the seedling. Nice. I'm hoping I actually needed it and I didn't take it from somebody else who might needed it, but we'll see. Can I trade minions? Because if so, I might just give it to Paris if I don't need it. I'm sure you've probably... Oh, you might not have it, Lil, so I mean, you guys can decide between yous. See if I have it though first. I think you can trade minions, or at least some of them anyway, because some of them are on the marketplace and stuff, so I would assume that you could. Oops, I did not mean to resummon my carbuncle, but that's fine, I guess. Oh jeez, I'm getting ouchied. Good AoE healing though, at least. Bye, Felicia. Bye, big dude. I'm gonna end up with everything, aren't I? That's alright. Well, let's see if I need this minion that I took. I got a Marvel card as well. I've already got one though, so I have to trade it. I already have the minion. Oh no! Okay. If I show you guys the minion, you guys can decide if you like it or not, and then one of you can have it. Or if you already have it, Laura, I don't know if you'll have it or not, but... You can all decide if you want him. He's a bit of an ugly bean, but he's cute. I'll send it in our group chat. And it's a marble seedling. Yeah, so let me know. I'll send it to one of yous. Alright. Let's go do this quest that I was looking at earlier. I should put myself back in the duty. I don't want to do that one again though. That was something. Let's do it again. The duties probably pop pretty well during the day with those ones that are for the Moogle things. I feel like people are going to be doing them. Oh, I've got the Moogle, the Marble following me around. I don't want it. This cute little guy again. He's cute. Kill it. I actually love that response. I'm not lying. It is pretty icky, isn't it? I might join my Live Now channel, and if you guys all want to come and hang out during the day, feel free. If not, that's cool too. Yeah, it is icky. Alright, I'll send it to Paris. Send it to Paris. Paris can have the minion, icky minion. Whee! I'm flying, soaring. There's not a star in heaven that I can't reach. 'Cause I'm flying on my Firebird. Oh, is this the Hullbreaker Island one? Have I just gone where I don't need to even go? It is. Okay, well. What quests can I do? Maybe this one. Oh, I hate this place. I hate Ul'dah. It is my least favorite place to go. So far, my favorite is Limsa, but I don't know. I haven't seen any of their like newer places, so maybe there's a better one that I like in the newer areas. But I like Limsa. It's very very new world. I like it very much. I do not like Ul'dah. I feel like I'm in a desert. I mean, technically that is what you're in when you're older, but not in a good way, you know? Where am I going? This way. This way. I don't know where I'm going. This way. I don't know how to get where I want to go, to be honest. Okay. I found it! It's fine, guys! What can I do for you? Here's your letters, buddy-o Bill. You're welcome. You are so welcome. What am I doing? Hand out the Colosseum flyers. Post the Colosseum placards. Okay. On the steps of Nald. Okay, where's the Aether shard? We'll just TP around because it's better. Run, Forrest, run! Hi, Franz. Yeah, have a flyer for the Colosseum. Hi, Jeanette. Have a flyer for the Colosseum. Woo! Back to the Gladiators Guild I go. Like I wasn't at all there 2 seconds ago. Haha. My weather app just told me it's going to rain today, and I'm really excited because it's so humid. Like, so humid. I hope that it doesn't just rain. I hope it thunders because, like, as much as I don't really like thunder and lightning, it breaks the humidity and makes life so much better. IMO. Where do I gotta go now? Who's Genevieve? It's not even Genevieve, it's yeah, it is Genevieve. Genevieve? How do I welcome? Oh. That was a bit rude. I was excited to see you, and you just told me that I was not good. Very nice. Very nice at all, is it? Right, off we go. Whee! Whee! I'm really running back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth around the entire building, aren't I? I haven't done any of my, like, side quest stuff, so... This is all... needing to be done. Who am I talking to? Search for... Lang Lois Cert. Hello. I found you. I searched for you. And I found you. What now? Search for friends in Central Thanalan. Okay. I'm really being sent around the... Sent on a wild goose chase. Aren't I? I don't want any of the boots and stuff I got from that quest thing, particularly, to be honest. Hello, Acot. Oh, I've got a cutscene. Of course I do. I don't want it. Don't like it. Hi, friends. What happened, Buzzy? Oh, people are trying to murder you, are they? They're not very nice, are they? Don't worry, I got you. One other one. Alright, no stress, friends. Don't worry. There you go. I saved you! Got me 2,000 gil. I want, I leveled up. Is that a carrier quest? What on earth does the carrier level even do? Like, what is this? What is this thing that it keeps giving me levels for? I also need to go to Gridania now. Might do Paris's trick and go on the boat, because why not? Got time. I've got time to kill. Let's do it. If I can remember how. Airship. Oh, you are right. I do have an Aether in the airship landing, guys. You two are right. You guys are so clever. Much cleverer than I. Off we go! Yep, no cutscenes, thanks. I might run an ad quickly now. If it let me. Oh, I must wait to run another. Oh, that's rude. I wanted to do one now because it says that in 8 minutes it'll be done, but... Oh, I can't. Very rude. Let's go find this person at the Carpenters Guild. Goodness me, the wait time on these duties right now. Hello, Guildmaster Beaton. So much talking. Sorry, now it's gonna make me go back to Uldur again. This is atrocious. They're just after my money. Conspiracy theory. Square Enix wants you to never have any guilt, so they just make you run back and forth everywhere. What do you think? Was there a delivery Moogle here somewhere? Apparently not. Gonna send Paris her little minion. Hello, Tikata. Yes, take me back to Uldur. Alright. We'll take the Aether Crystal if I can find it. Oh, does it just TP you here? It doesn't actually. There is no actual crystal. Let's see. Yes, the hustings strip, please. Okay. Oh, there's two. We got one here at the guild. And apparently I've got one on the other end as well. Why do you go talk to other people before you talk to me? I'm very important. Back to Limsa Laminsa. Oh my goodness, they're really making me run around everywhere. Well, let's go here first, because I've got some markers here for another quest. So might as well do it while I'm here. Reformed Ruffian. Oh. Thanks, Sarybot. Always thank your robots, guys. You never know when they might rise up. You never know. Hello, Landbird. I get a cracked crystal. Oh. Oh look, a side quest that didn't give me another side quest when I was done with it. Woohoo! Non-stop. And this is a problem because when I finish a quest, logic dictates that once you finish the quest, you would then leave the area and do whatever your next quest is. But not with me. With me, if I finish a quest, and when I finish that quest, that person then has another quest, I need to do the new quest they gave me. And then the new quest they gave me, and then the new quest they gave me, and the new one, and the new one, and the new one. Until they no longer have any quests. Which then means that if I look around the area and there's more quests and I have space for quests, I'm gonna grab them. It may explain why I haven't done any MSQ in like 4 days, but I've got lots of money and experience, and I've got minions, so like, I'm winning, right, guys? Right? I think so. I've got a Judy. Oh no, quick, get me out of the cutscene! Get me out of the cutscene! Whew! There's so much anxiety about the duties now because I did one, or got one yesterday, and Laura and I were in the middle of talking about stuff, so I cancelled it because I wanted to know what, like, how to do the thing we were talking about. But it was like, oh, you're gonna get, like, go towards a penalty, and I'm like, oh no! So now I don't want to cancel anymore because I'm scared. Whee! Oh, there you go. I was waiting for them. We've got Lalafell as a tank. Why are all the tanks Lalafells? We also have a Pictomancer? For a sub? No idea if they're any good, by the way. That's me, sorry. I'm getting distracted by that big floating eye. Are we meant to kill it? I'm so confused. Where are we going? What are we doing? Oh, here's the green eye. Oh, seeing eye. I was kind of confused why Rude was standing still. I'm like, oh, have I attacked it when I wasn't meant to? Isn't the tank meant to be bringing him over here so we can actually attack him? I'm so confused. There we go. Whee! Oh, where are we? Whee! Oh, one of my retainers has finished their adventure. To go see them after. I've sent them on pretty similar adventures, so they'll probably both be finished around the same time. We're sending them to get earth crystals and stuff at the moment. Seeing as that's what I keep running out of when I'm crafting. I've got heaps of wind crystals now, so I'm getting some of the other ones as well that I'm a bit low on. Oh, when are you making your brownies, by the way, Lo? You know yet? Very excited to see them. I meant to ask earlier and I forgot. They just came to my brain just then for some reason. Try to attack them and you make them run away. Oh, hello, big boy. You're a big one, aren't ya? Be tonight? Nice. Maybe you can have them for dessert after dinner. I like brownie with ice cream. My favorite way to have brownies. Or maybe some whipped cream on top. It's another one of these ones that's a bit annoying map, isn't it? Did you do some more fishing today, Law? I know you've been loving your fishing. I wish I had the patience for fishing. Like, I feel like I would really like it if I could, like, had the patience to sit and do it. Am I meant to do something with this, or am I meant to just stand in it? I don't really know. That works. I think I just stand in it. Oh. Wait. That's shiny one. Oops. I fell. I fell down. I don't quite get up. Help me. Help me, help me. I'm running and running and running and running. Is this the last one? I hope so. I don't like this dungeon. It's too long. I like the ones me and you have been doing, Law, where we can just kind of like wreck one boss and then boom, you're done. Oh, I'm wasting my time. It was invulnerable. Big dum dum. My bad. I was his victim. Why was I his victim? At least there's no floor mechanics, right, Law? Me and you and our floor mechanics. I feel like I'm just as bad at floor mechanics as you, to be honest. Maybe we could be like the Fallers or something, and just all we do is fall on this floor mechanic. Oh. Well, someone has got level 71. Oh, this must be Sable's first time doing it because they can't skip the cutscene. Very sweet. Eh. Why does it make a ding ding sound when I get out of a dungeon like that? It was like... I do need to do the whole breaker, and it's on the list, so maybe I'll just go for that one. This way. There we go. Jandelion. I don't know what your name is. I have a perfumed letter. Level up! Question mark. I for real want to know what it actually does to like level up carrier. Like, what even is it? In the Maker's Quarter. Where's that? Dravania? Dude. Back to Idleshire. I thought I'd done all the Idleshire ones. You're never done. That's what I always say. You're never done. Oh my god, the crows are going crazy today. Why am I not getting any stamps on this? I feel like I'm doing that. Oh, I've got some! I've got 3 out of 9! Hey, yo! Finally! I felt like I wasn't doing any. That makes me so happy. I don't think I have any of these extreme ones yet. I really thought I wasn't doing anything, and I'm like, what's going on? Alright. Never mind. Fine. Oh, gotta jump over there. I might change my outfit. I want to go the cookie outfit, I think. Did it work? It did. Cookie outfit's heck is cute, actually. Do you guys want to see, like, the whole thing? This is the cookie outfit. There's got cookies on the jacket. Cute. These are the shoes as well. Very cute shoes, IMO. Oh, too close. Oh, I've got Alexander Gordius Savage now. Yeah, I do need to do some extreme things for a quest. But I don't think I'll be able to do them on my own. It wants me to do the Howling Eye. I can't remember what else it was. The Navel and the Bowl of Embers, all on extreme. And I'm like, probably right now. Thanks. Did I do it? I'm gonna get rid of some of these other ones. Oh, what am I trying to do? So just close that one off. And that one. Collect fossil raptor claws. Okay. Here we go. I was like, why is it not coming up with all the things on there for me? Starving, lying, it's not a star in heaven that we can reach. If we're trying, so pick me. Okay, so we're gonna search all these buddies for the different things. I mean, just turn my aircon actually on. I've only had it on the fan this morning because it wasn't too hot, but it's getting much warmer now. Much warmer. See if I can do this fate, because why not? I did level sync myself, but this still feels really easy. Oh, my thing's ready. Yes, thank you. It popped. Pop, 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 pop. Are you guys ready for this? I remember this one. Oh no, that person's doing the Mandeville dances. Lord, no. Look away. Look away. Oh, look. Okay, they're stopped now because they're fighting now. Weapons in Fortnite are interesting, like the special event stuff. Ban them. More, the SMG, it's also a shotgun. Wow. Is it a special edition just for the Simpsons, or have they bought in, like, new weapons permanently? Or, oh, until they decide that they don't want them anymore. That might be the one that, Paris likes. What's the name of it? You know? There was one that Paris had the other day when we played, or when we last played. And it, like, essentially looked like I had 4 guns on it. I don't remember what it was, though. And it was, like, in a diagonal shape and stuff. Oh yeah, that's the one that lol. I'm really good. One that Paris really likes. Every time she sees it, she's like, yes, Get it! I think when we last played, they put that in. And it was really cool. Paris really likes that one. Oh my goodness, there's so many things happening right now. Paris must be studying hard because I haven't heard from her in a little while. Oh goodness, there's so many things happening. I don't even keep track of where anybody is. Oh! Oh my goodness. So many mechanics in this. I just can't even keep up with, honestly. What am I going to do when I get to do savage ones and stuff? I'm going to be so confused. I'm struggling with a hard one. Oh, the birds are going again. Monkeys! Monkey, monkey, monkey! And a tiger. And more monkeys. Monkeys are hating on us. What did we do to them? Let's go! Woohoo! Down the hole! Whee! Oh, look, those things are gross. Oh, what is that thing? Oh, yucky. You guys don't like insects? Definitely don't look, because she is gross. I don't even know what that is, to be honest. Whoa. I'm trapped in an icicle. Icicle. For wheel. They're like thin ice circs. How's that for wheels? Well, I wasn't expecting that still. Hello, buddy. Be up against the Maelstrom's best. Oh, so far I thought they were the best, but sure. We'll try these ones as well, I guess. Whee! Oops. I mean to reset my carbuncle. Hope you're winning your games, Law. Is this the final person up here? Echo, we're gonna wreck you, buddy. No, really? Are they like bullying you? That's not very nice. Oops. Why is it not? There we go, targeting. I'll have to smack them in the face if they're bullying you. Having fun, that's good. That's the main thing, right? Did we win? I'm so confused. Oh no, we didn't. Okay. I was very confused. Oh, I can't move. Oh, I was heavy. My feet were heavy. Oh, please save me. Thank you. Whew. Get wrecked, buddy. I'm gonna use my second chance thingies so that I can hopefully redo the ones and get more points. Is that where we already are? No, it's not. Okay. Here's your clothes and such. Typical, you all want to give me extra quests. I don't like it when you do that to me, but it's fine, I guess. I'll just go cry in my sleep. I'm gonna send this thing to Powers in the delivery. Oh! Thank you for participating in the Final Fantasy Recruit a Friend campaign. One friend has used the campaign code you provided. Oh! I got 5 chocobo feathers and a copy of Ballroom Etiquette in Proper Greetings. Oh! Why, thank you. Yeah. Sent. I sent you a letter, Paris, when you get on. Oh, I need to go out to this thing and then I can open that. I think my other gold chocolate feathers are in there, yeah. I don't think I've got enough, though, to get the mount I want. Golden chocobo mount. You need 8! Oh, Sag. Yeah, that's the 2-seat amount that I wanted, but yeah, you need another. Need 1 more gold. Chocobo feather. That's okay. I'll just save it for later. Oh, I don't know which materia to grab. We'll grab that one, I guess. I don't use materia, so I don't know which ones are good, but sounds good to me. Dairy bot. Thank you for deleting the spam. Okay, what else have we got here? Oh, use makeshift bombs to blow up the supplies. Okay. Oops. I mean to move. Whee! No more supplies for you people. Alright, got one of those. I need to find one more of those people on the floor. Did buddies? Oh, they can be up here too, though. No. Might fly, because I always spot things better when I'm flying. Oh, there's the body, and then this is another thing I've got to explode. Coming up, explode! There's something inside there as well. What's that? Oh, it's a primal thing. Yeah, I can't do any of that. I have to wait till a time when Laura's playing to do the primals. There's no stress, we just do other things. What else we got? Over here there's some stuff. There was another one over there. Ah, I missed it. Oh well. I can go back. I can go back after. What is this one though? Don't let the cat out the bag. Weaken a young... Oh goodness. How am I going to weaken it without eating it? I'm going to have to change what role I am, I think. Because otherwise I'm going to... Verterite. Straight away. Why is this going to be too low though? Level 30, this is level 40, 34. 50, it's probably okay. Okay, I got one. Oh, I just needed the one. Okay. Back to me at the... Reckon everybody... Oh, I need to kill the one. Okay. Oh, there's a quest over this way. What's this one? What am I doing here? Return to your dust. Place the soul stone. This was okay, there we go. Did I win? I did! Woo! Winner, winner, chicken dinner! I'm gonna go do this other explodey thing so I can hand them all in at once. There. Let's get out of here. We have quests galore to do. I don't know where this one is. Down here? Yeah. What's that one? Society quest? What's a society quest? That's completely different. I've never seen that one before. Why not? Saying it's worthless ore, but I feel like it's probably not. I'm gonna hand it to them and they're gonna go, oh my god, they're diamonds! Thank you! I always get debated like that. Also, why can't they just wander up here and get this stuff themselves? Just saying. Mm-hmm. Over here, there's a quest as well. What does it say? Set glowing hole. Oh my gosh, are we gonna blow up these people's stuff? A bit rough, isn't it? I kinda wanna watch this cutscene. I don't normally like cutscenes, but Great, now we've pissed them off. Sorry guys, I'm a super high level and should not even be in this area at all, but... Awkward! I don't know what the society quests actually give me, but I've done them. Reputation. Okay, I'm gonna have to look at that in a second. Leading an allied society quest will improve your reputation with that society. When your reputation has risen sufficiently, you'll be able to raise it to the next rank by undertaking a special quest. As your bond with the society strengthens, you'll be able to purchase an ever-expanding range of items from their vendors. These societies deal in wares found nowhere else, and the only way to obtain them is to win their trust. Where does it want me to take the... Oh, up there. Okay. I was like, where did they want me to take the worthless ore? I was very confused. Oh, we're swapping the so-called worthless ore for food. Is that what we're doing? I don't think they're that worthless if we're swapping it for food, but sure. We'll take it. Hello. And I've got some quests over here to finish as well. What do I want? Definitely the gold, because none of the items are worth anything. Oh my gosh, this guy has 2 more quests? Bro. Well, I was done in this area. I feel like you're literally never ever done in this game, which is not necessarily a bad thing. I was like, that means there's always something to do. But sometimes it can be like, I really thought I was done. And now there's more. Here's your cucumber, sir. Okay, it's risen by 10. So can I talk to them and buy things now? I can. Okay, interesting. Nothing too fancy yet, but that's okay. And also exchange Titan. Okay, for dyes and stuff. No currency exchange because I'm not high enough level, I don't think. Interesting, alright. Excuse me, sorry. I never know when a sneeze is coming on. Alright, I'm just gonna go turn my aircon on quickly, so I'm gonna BRB. Well, turn it up because it's not on properly. And I shall be back in a minute.
Give me cookies? No, no, no. I'm sorry. I can't give you my cookies. You'll have to harass someone else for cookies. Sorry. Sorry. No, no, no. No, I can't give you my cookies.
This 1v1 is one of my favorite fights I've ever had. They have purple, but I 96'd them.
Oh.
I have the wrong gun out.
Oh my god, I can't give up a picture. Where are they?
It's just that one.
Enemy removed. One dead for you. They were not good enough.
That was close.
You got another one there. Another one there, Cookie. Left. Left.
when you forget that you're a VTuber. Cool shirt, Cookie? Oh shit, right. I went and looked at my real shirt.
I guess you're going to like a knob, right? I'm kidding. I'm not gonna be.
my life.
And
It's a
I
scent.
never felt this way before. I swear it's the truth. And I owe it all to you.
Amazing.
Hit me with your best shot.
Go on and hit me with your best shot. Why don't you hit me with your best shot?
Fire away.
Yes.
Ooh, I'm super low.
I'm in love with an emo girl. I fell in love with an emo girl. All I want is an emo girl. I fell in love with an emo girl. I'm in love with an emo girl. I fell in love with an emo girl. All I want is an emo girl.
GG's, guys. You guys are terrible. You're like, what's it called? Yum yum fishes. Piranhas.
What? I'm a
Piranha. I'm a piranha. Exactly. I'm a piranha. You'll not believe what I said. 90 degrees Fahrenheit. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is in Google terms.
I was about to say in Google. I'm
Yes.
gonna start calling Celsius Google from now on.
Thanks.
5 degrees Google.
Could you be the one to go when I lose control?
Oh, GG! I would go to shoot it. In with the Spectre, even though you're not meant to scope in. I find that you just...
One enemy remaining.
Oh no, sir, please stop. I do not want your hook in places where it does not belong. Get it out. Thank you. Okay, my dude.
Oh, you freaking legend.
I got you. Don't worry. Oh no. No! Oh.
That is so rough.
I'm sorry.
Enemy spotted mid.
You fought well.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Oh my god! What?
Exactly one of those.
Oh yeah, they go like...
What the fuck was that?
That's the sound the dinosaurs make.
Ryan. Well, that's a big dragon in my face.
Dragging these nuts on your face. I don't appreciate you giving me anxiety.
I'm thinking what we're gonna die. There's still a lot of people. Go ahead and plant that.
Alright. Hello, beans. I'm back. Whee! Oh gosh, I'm getting stuck in some trees. Okay, where are we going now? Something up this way? I'm so glad I'm doing all these side quests once I've already leveled up, because it's so much easier. For Wilfo. Oh my gosh, why has he got more quests? What was happening here? Boom. Alright, we'll finish this quest and then we're gonna go play some Fortnite with Law and Crimson. If I can find the other one we need to get rid of. There it is. Oops, I think that was gonna go up there. Not where I want it. No priests today. Where on earth does it want me to go now? Oh, here. Okay. It's always nice when people like you. Just saying. And so I go play Fortnite with my friends and they're like, oh! Yes! Cookie! Alright. We'll just log out here. That should be fine. Alright. I just need to set up my Xbox. So, because I cannot play on my computer. Hey, Law and Crimson won their match, guys. Oops. Kid. I don't know if Law can hear me, but if you can, Law, I'm happy to do whatever Discord. That's just mean. Hang on, I'm gonna jump over to Discord so she can actually hear me. Hello, Law. I came to your Discord because I thought it would be easier.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. No. Just a sec.
Just trying to find where the end of my...
That one? Can you make sure Discord can't be heard on your stream for a second?
Ooh, yes. Hang on.
Let me know.
Give me cookies? No, no, no. I'm sorry. I can't give you my cookies. You'll have to harass someone else for cookies. Sorry. Sorry. No, no, no. No, I can't give you my cookies.
This 1v1 is one of my favorite fights I've ever had. They have purple, but I 96'd them. I have the wrong gun out.
Oh my god, I can't give up a kill. Jesus. Where are they?
I moved. I hope I did. Cause I swear I did.
Cool. What happened to my VTuber? It's gone. Oh, I'm on the wrong chatting screen, that's why. I'm like, where is it? I'm just invisible. It's alright. I'm invisible. It's okay, I'm just invisible. Is this the right HDMI cable? No. Crimson just ran away from us for a minute. Maybe in a little while. She's just doing some assessment stuff at the moment. So I need to connect keyboard and mouse to my Xbox, otherwise I can't play, because I can't play controller. Keyboard mouse connected. That's helpful. And then I just need to video capture. Oh, I've got to stop it and start it again because it's seeing my Switch still. Apparently Fortnite's in sleep mode, how dare you? That's just honestly terrible. I also need to mute Law's stream because I can hear myself. And that's just not okay. Pop this
so I can see it on the other screen. There we go. I've got it. I'm god tier streamer. Accept invite.
Yeah.
I'm so god tier that I have 2 keyboards and 2 mice so that I can control the stream with one of them and then have my Xbox with the keyboard and mouse.
That's one way to do it.
Hey! Gotta make it work somehow.
Now, if only you had a way to let people enter your stream for you.
I know, right?
I'll actually have to set up something like that too. Though I usually just turn my computer straight off, so. Drop kick it until it works. Yeah, that's always a good thing.
Yep. One way to make it work.
See, this was the perfect thing to do. Yeah, I need to turn you down because I can hear myself talk.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I understand.
Is Sparky currently in my channel or maybe they'll be north anyhow?
Yeah, yes, Sparky is somewhere. Lurking about.
Also, for Draco, I can see you lurking. Would you like to play some Fortnite? With me. I do know you probably might have a squad together already. But the more people we have, the better, the more we can play. What's it called? One where you're all good, the weird things.
Oh,
I can't remember.
Is it Delulu?
It's the game where you're literally playing hide and seek.
Oh, yeah, Prop Hunt.
That's it.
I got
If you have a team together.
I got you. I have Power Rangers on my loading screen. Why?
Oh my god, I'm Ned
Because you have it on
Flanders.
random.
It is
That
on
was
random.
last half.
Ned Flanders. I did the old neighborino.
Cookie, did you see it? I actually killed someone.
I know you won.
got the winning kill.
I know. I told you, you're
This is
getting
amazing.
better. Turning into a cracked gamer lore.
I just had a gun that was a shotgun and an SMG, and the idiot walked towards me. Even I can hit a target moving towards me. Also, where are we going? Because
Oh, I don't mind.
wait, you my best.
Oops.
Where are we going?
I quit. We're going to there. Sorry, it was so late, but
That's
my
alright.
bus went away.
Oh, good.
We'll make it work, don't stress.
Yep, don't worry, Ned Flanders coming in.
We've got at least one person dropping with us. So I can see their little things, midgets.
His glider was even the mustache.
Yes, it is. It's
Oh,
great.
because I have it all random, so it's just, it makes it more interesting that it popped up like that.
Yeah.
I don't have very many.
I have way too many.
Okay, I have a gun.
I usually have mine randomized.
Oh, we need to be on top
but-
of Mo's house. Oh. I just need a gun and some thing, and then I'll go up there. So it says jam on Mo's house. Do I have to have a jam emote? But I don't have one.
Alright, wait, where's...
I reckon you just dance. I don't know if it... Yeah, specific.
Yeah.
I don't even know if I have it. Does that work?
Over
No.
there. People. Trying to eat
Shoot
me.
at Ned Flanders! How dare you?
Shoot him in the ass.
No.
Do you need a jam in there?
I think you do. I don't have one.
Maybe, yeah, so if Crimson jumps up there and does it, it might.
Wait. Oh, jam chats? Would that work?
Yeah.
Oh, no,
Yeah.
it's the music.
Mouse speaking.
Talk to Bart.
Yeah.
So Bart's over there. Okay, so I just had to use one of my that one. Okay, that's good.
Oh wait, we can get the hat. We can get the head.
Get that.
I'm Jebediah. Give me the head. Jebediah.
It is morphin time. A morphin time.
Honey Muffin Power Rangers.
I'm still sad that they didn't bring out the Fortnite Pass last
Yeah.
battle pass. I wanted the Ranger stuff, but it was just taking me so long to
Like how we all dropped in on the boss to try and get that one.
Yep. People.
No.
Nice.
No shooty.
Good job.
They're killing people.
Yeah, I'm just
I'm
chilling.
good at that.
I found an SMG. I want my favorite gun.
In real life
My
or?
favorite gun.
I better not answer that.
Yeah, no. Bit sussy in my opinion, Crimson, but alright.
It doesn't help that I work in a bakery with an oven that goes
Oh,
up to like 300
alright.
plus degrees.
I know where. If anybody disappears in Crimson's immediate vicinity, check the bakery.
I make that joke at work so many times. I'm like, if you need me to dispose of a body, I can do that. Don't worry. Just bring it in and say no, ask no questions. Just pay my fee. They're like, what? I'm like, 10 grand. 10
there's
grand, no questions.
Some burgers if you want some, though.
Okay. There's that if you want that too, Law.
Oh yeah. No.
Is that my favorite gun?
Well, it's the combat SMG for now. Yellow, I feel like you might like it.
Yes, please.
I mean,
Thank you. Now where's the burgers?
Yeah. There's
Oh,
also
I
a
see
5
Burgers,
gun.
Burgers, awesome. Okay. You're awesome.
Thank you.
of course you come in and then suddenly there's burgers. What is this?
The game just knows I like to eat burgers, okay? Don't judge me.
My burgers, my 5 gun. 5 gun, burgers.
Yep, 5 gun and
So you gotta find
burgers.
the 5 gun now.
Yeah, I got her a 5 gun. It's not an orange one, but
Look,
That's
you
alright.
just made it perfect for. You just gave Law her like perfect loadout now. Burgers and 5 gun.
It'd even be better if we had tomatoes too.
Oh yeah, we're gonna have to go get the
Tomatoes are good.
the tomato.
Tomatoes
The
are good.
tomatoes are really good.
But I need to go there. Oh, we have a home ahead.
I'm
Not that far.
ahead. Going close to it. We'll attack the homers.
Where is it? Where's my pin? There. He's a whiskers. No, that's not my pin, is it? Yes, that is my pin.
You have
Okay.
Yeah, Oh. Yeah, I got lost. Too many pings.
Alright, so the donut thing gives you that SMG.
Oh, I got a gold at a 5 gun, Law. Just
You do?
yeah,
Where?
right here.
Perfect.
Oh wait, no, I got a different assault rifle this
There you
time.
go.
Now, if someone wants a 5 gun, there's a 5 gun.
Take it. Yeah, I'll walk them.
I got this gun this time, Law.
Oh.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
It's a
You
different
look
assault
so
rifle.
funny with that thing on your head.
Hey, I get a free headshot. They can't hurt me that badly. Ooh, gunfire.
Slingshot.
A slingshot?
Ooh.
What's that do?
Slingshot. Oh, it's like a poison cloud. Do you want to use it?
No, you use it. I'll poison myself, knowing me.
Yeah, I get to sling. I get to sling a bar of the plutonium, and when it detonates, it makes a poison cloud.
I'm heading towards Bart.
Okay, we go. Do a bot.
Grab those.
Yeah.
I'm just running around doing my quest, because that's a good way of getting experience. Burger. You should be as bed, Mr. Bazza. I love the fact you're here,
Yeah.
but you need to go to bed.
Yeah, Bazza. Go to sleep.
Bedtime. Go sleepy sleep.
I'd sleep if I could.
Where is that?
Bazza said, eat my shorts, lol.
You know what? That's the perfect thing to say with this season. Alright, so that works for that. Okay. Come here, homers. I need to do my mission, which actually works. So if you have anything that you need to use a gun to actually kill stuff with, shooting the homers actually counts.
Yeah, that's what I did before by accident. Sorry, Bart. Oh shit, I pissed Bart off. Sorry. I didn't mean to.
No!
I didn't mean to.
You better eat his short.
Ouch!
Bucky, Cookie's destroying everything. Also, we never set up stream together.
We didn't.
Jesus Christ! This
was
was a good establishment.
There you go. I sent the request.
Oh, I'm on the wrong thing. I'm like, why is that pulling up my Xbox thing?
This was, you know, perfectly good.
We need to probably go. Where's my car? I'll see you missing
It's
Cookie.
blown up by now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My mistake.
Oh well. Anyhow.
There's another one over here.
Oh no, it's fine, it's fine. You can
Yeah,
do it too, so
one-
I can just sit on top.
Yeah, I'll sit on top. It's alright.
We'll get the red one.
I'll emote
Yes,
and
yeah. Oh,
everything.
What the hell? What is this?
I made a jam track thing.
Yeah, she made a jam track and she's... Oh, there we go. There's a four-seater.
Yep, out we go. What's it?
Oh,
Little injured, but it's
I'm
fine.
trying to get in. Why can't I get in? Go drive the other. No, I can't get in any cars. I'm not allowed in any cars.
What?
The roof.
Jump on the roof.
It's after what you did to the petrol station. It's like, no.
Okay, I now need to use El Barto's spray in 3 different locations. Oh, Cookie?
I'm okay.
Cookie?
I'm okay. I'm okay. It's because you ran into something.
Also, jumping up.
Follow food.
Donuts!
Donuts. Switch your weapons, law.
Yeah, literally just grab any weapon and just keep switching it.
Find one.
I see chests, I'll open them. I almost got hit by a donut.
I died to a donut one time.
By the way, that doesn't actually. Oh, whoa, that hurt.
Oh!
Dang, why are you being. Oh, because I keep.
Oh Jesus, I'm getting yeeted.
Well, I almost died.
I almost did too.
Why am I not allowed to pick anything up anymore?
Something happened to your button.
It literally says cannot do this now. Cannot do this now. Maybe if I like.
Maybe you need to die. Also,
I do.
we're getting shot at by someone.
Yeah. It's alright, I'm just gonna have to live
By
with
the
the
way-
guns I have.
Oh, they're up there, are they?
Yeah, they're up on the hill there.
I also can't pick up any ammo either, so.
What the hell?
You just broke it. I think you need to die.
I've completely, like, broke it, but it's
I
fine.
had to eat all my burgers. I'm not happy.
Who's this troll? It's me, Jacko. Me. I'm the troll. I broke the game.
I'm healing up.
Yep, you grab some heals. We're still just inside zone, so we're still good for a bit. There is like so many 5 guns.
Yeah, I can't pick any of them up.
There's a whole bunch of purple ones, and I've got a yellow one now.
Oh, I don't have very much shotgun ammo.
Can't pick kills
Give
up.
me my car.
I can't do anything.
Oh, I was supposed to be spraying.
Yeah, you need to
What's
find
the-
the certain spray spot. I don't know if it's a certain spray spot or you just have to spray the Albardo spray somewhere if you have
Life
it.
admin.
I think you can only do the Asparto spray in certain locations. I just
Yeah,
Googled it right
there's
now.
one by the Quickie Mart. In that
Where's the
town.
Quickie Mart?
It's on that back work from the bag another time.
There's a dude stuck inside the donut!
Who's shooting at
I
me?
watched it roll on him!
Someone's shooting at
Come on,
me.
Amy.
Whee!
Where are they?
I don't know.
I got one.
Across the way, yeah, there's some over there.
Yeah, there's like two of them down there.
Smashed a shield.
That one's down.
I can't hit any shots. I can't pick anything up, and I can't hit any shots.
That one's got no shield.
Darn it, I'm trying to get them to jump.
That one's down.
The one in this donut's pretty low, I think. Oh my god, he's running
Coming.
away. He's a turtle!
Turtle power.
Oh my god, I've been playing too much Final Fantasy.
Jeez.
Oh, is that a crown over there?
Yeah, there's a crown. Cookie, grab the crown. We've already
I
got
can't
crowns.
pick anything up!
Damn it!
Oh, wait, we have crowns? Did we die?
Because you won the last one, remember? Before we got Cookie in.
It's okay, I don't need a crown, I'm good. I'll be fine.
I'm coming.
I'm running away from the storm because I literally can't pick any extra heals up, so I'm not trying not to waste any of my life. I'm being severely punished for my crimes against humanity right now. There's a guy here.
Slingshot. Where you running?
Yeah, I've literally got.
I got him.
I've got 2 hamburgers that I can use, and then that's it.
Where's that
They're
toilet
down.
end up?
They're down here. At the bottom.
Coming up.
Yeah, they're coming up. A 1.
One coming up. Oh, gotta reload.
Yeah, he fell down again.
I can't even use the thing to get back up to you.
They're a different team. They're not the same team.
I have to run all the way around to.
That's the girl, whatever.
Circle's coming in anyway, so I guess I'll just.
There's shotgun and infrared rifle there. if
There's
people want
one
them.
up there rezzing.
Unfortunately, I don't think we're gonna make it in time for them not to
No,
res.
no, they definitely res. Just so we know there's
Yeah, no, I've got no. Well, wait,
extra
wait.
peeps.
I'm going.
Damn it. I missed it.
I'm going towards circle because it's a scary place to be right
It's
now.
running up there.
What was the? It was the dude that we got earlier. I got him. He's here. I shot him down. It's the turtle dude we already got. Nice! How did we win when I couldn't pick anything up?
It really was pretty good, so
it was nice.
Oh, hopefully this one you can.
Well, yeah.
it's gonna be interesting if you can't.
Oh yeah, it's gonna make it interesting.
Oh, that's an message. Oh no, that's my appointment for tomorrow.
Oh, do you need to tick the box to share the chat? Oh, by the way, I just noticed it.
Oh yeah, sorry.
No, it's okay.
We got focus on our game again.
That's fine. I was just realized. I was like, oh. Definitely got focus.
Oh, Jacko, wanna come play some Fortnite?
I don't think Jacko has Fortnite. I need a 4th friendo.
We do.
6 PM? Okay. I got you.
Okay, what was I doing? Done that. Oh, I was turning Cookie down because for some reason Cookie
Oh.
is really loud today. I don't understand it. The other day you were really, really quiet, and today you're so loud.
I have a friend that is free to play. She's really nice. Her name's Sol.
Okay.
She's the one who ran us over.
Oh.
Like last week or whatever it was.
Okay.
Alright.
Alright,
You'll... Yeah, back to the lobby.
Yeah.
So we can grab them.
just have to send an invite.
If they jump into my my Discord,
yeah,
or if you want to go to yours, it's up to you. This is
yeah,
my Discord. If they wish to join,
I'll just pop
and just join the any of the channels, like the lobby, the gaming, and I'll drag you up into this one. I'm trusting you, Invoice, because Cookie trusts you.
No, she's really nice. She's very, very really nice.
Yeah.
Promise. What is this? So many events that are right now.
Okay, so I'll give you a roll. So Discord doesn't kick you out. Because I've got my Discord set up like that.
What's a perfect light up? Oh yeah, there we go. That's a good one.
There you go. And then
find on my
I can't
friends list.
see them. Just give them the visitor tab. Because that will make sure the bots can't yell at them. I'll drag you up. Hello, hello.
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 I finished my coffee. Oh no.
That's sad.
Okay, I've got an
Wait,
energy
Share
drink.
Chat is working now, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, good.
it's working now. Okay.
Can someone actually talk so we can actually work that out? Oh wait, no, I did. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, I was gonna say you just did.
Hi, Lord. Oh god, I can't see.
The fact that
Leroy. Leroy.
that's it. I'll actually update Monster Hunter and we can play it.
I haven't played Monster Hunter for ages. I'm gonna have to re-download that and jump on it.
Yeah. We still have Dracula to kill.
Yeah, we gotta jump back on that. You got me back into it, so I've been playing my solo one every now and then, and you got me back into playing it. Which I'm not that I'm not that far behind, I don't think, because I'm only I just took out like I think the end of Act 3, I think it was, so I could just start making the dark steel, like steel silver stuff.
I don't want to be this character.
Cookie, is your friend talking? Like,
No, I haven't been talking.
okay, cool.
No, it's like, I just want to make sure it's not broken.
I'm going. Am I broken or something?
No, I'm not a very talkative person.
Yeah, it's okay.
That's
Well, until you
fine.
know people, then you are.
Yeah.
So, like me.
Just
yeah,
like you.
most of the times when it's been
I'm a bit
it's
shy.
That's okay.
me and Cookie just laughing at each other while we're doing everything, and Laura's just in the background following us.
Just don't let Soul drive. That's all I do know.
Yeah.
She ran me over last time.
So. Well,
Twice, actually.
You must feel it right at home, because I do that all the time. Yeah. I can't believe. I still can't believe I somehow won that round.
You did great with
We
that
ran
one.
two in a run. One.
Yes.
Two in a row.
One, 2 in a row, surprisingly with the handicap of Cookie can't pick anything up.
I don't know what I did. It was a real like.
I'm just gonna drop because my 2 says go there.
Oh, go where?
Okay.
The cornhole?
Down. Straight down.
Cornhole. Okay.
Yeah. I want tomatoes.
What do the tomatoes do? I didn't even know there was an update for the.
They give you
They're
shield.
awesome.
They give you shield and they like float you around as well.
Oh, please let us know if you need anything because at the moment I'm just doing questing and running around like a crazy person.
That's okay. That's how I always play. What do you mean?
Yeah, that's just Cookie.
I was talking to Soul.
Oh, well.
I'm fine with anything.
Okay, well, I'm running around doing questing, so if you see the locations for the Alberto, please let me know.
Yeah, she needs
That's
to
the quest I'm currently trying to do.
spray. What's with my English today? Am I okay?
Steps.
What? I'm not anywhere near you.
I knocked someone over.
I'm over on the hill.
And I need to eat some tomatoes.
I don't know why you want my help.
Get some more though.
And it's okay, I can pick
someone
things up
just
this
shot me.
time.
Oh, I'm out of ammo.
As long as I don't bully Alberto again.
Anyone want to
should
throw
be okay.
tomato thrown at them?
You can throw them at people? My life
They're
is
like the
fulfilled.
splashes.
My life
I'm
has
on a
been...
murder spree. It will kill you all. Come here.
Oh, a car.
I'm
My
already
life
on 8
is
kills.
fulfilled. I want tomatoes.
No, I must die. No.
Oh, no! Your spree is over.
I'm coming.
Oh, someone else is in a car.
Get it.
They're coming for yous!
Oh my god.
Oh, there's another car coming!
Method. I have so many cars.
What is happening? And I'm missing all my
Everybody's in cars.
shots.
I have no bullets.
I'm just so confused.
Oh, sorry. I got your thing. I can't get your crown, but can one of you two get the crown?
I have a crown,
Oh.
but Soul might
No,
not.
pick up my crown, please.
Yeah, please pick up the crown.
Don't let them.
Cherry shit is. It will be yours.
Oh, Law! Law's being ran over. Everybody's being ran over. What is happening? This is so
Is
hefty.
everybody in cars?
What is?
Like I murdered like 9 people.
No!
Actually, that's probably a good thing. Reboot.
Oh yeah, I can't. No, can't stop them.
Forgetting the controls.
But have fun.
Simpsons hit and run POV for Will.
Yeah. Oh. I do it because I hate dropping.
Oh no! Oh, there's like 700 people up here! Why did I come up here? Ah!
There's like 2 cars roaming around.
I think I'm gonna go run away.
Run.
Run, nice.
Where are you? How much coinage do I have to how much coinage do I have? I have enough. Jump in. We're gonna run.
No. This was my payback for Alberto last game.
Yeah, the fight was not happy.
No happy,
I
Jan.
don't think they.
Can you mark stand, please? Thank you.
Yep.
They're running.
There you
There's
go.
a car nearby.
They're probably gonna try and reboot too, maybe.
Yeah, no, they seem to be leaving it.
Oh, good.
Oops, no. F. Oh, wait. Oh, that, please. I want F.
I have killed 9 people in that stumble.
Thank you so much for liking the live. Welcome back in. How are you doing?
Yes, my main job is run away and revive people. And shoot people a bit occasionally.
Yeah.
Oh no. No, wait, sorry. I got 8 people. Law got 1 and Soul got the other.
I've got none.
I want my
Usually
side
don't hit my shots.
You're great. That's
It's
good
fine.
to hear.
I don't hit my shots. That's why I got in the car and was trying to run them over.
I'm gonna go to the town and see what loot's here.
Oh, we hopped over the other side.
That's alright. I'm chilling. I doubt anyone's gonna
And you
murder me
can
here.
you actually pick things up this time?
I
That's
can.
good.
I haven't been too heavily calmed.
I have a funny feeling it was the jam track that got Cookie.
Yeah, I'm trying to jam track on top of the car. Well,
I'm
that's
gonna
okay.
cycle the
Oh no, there are people here.
Wants
Oh,
me to-
run!
No.
It's okay. I've got
I'm on my way back.
nades. It's okay. Whoa! I naded myself over here.
Leave Mark. Leave Cookie alone.
Where's Cookie?
Oh, I've got to come back and help Crimson because Crimson came to help me and I ran away.
What about? We're fine.
I'm missing every shot. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Yes.
If you can, please mark them. Because you guys know how bad I am at shooting.
Sorry. Yeah, we'll try to remember.
To be fair.
Fairness,
I just...
I need shields, but I don't have very many tomatoes. I don't want to use
Oh,
them.
someone's shooting at me.
Are we gonna shut up?
I was missing shots on people that were like knocked.
Hey, hello.
So, you know.
Up there.
There's one. At the end, top end there.
Nobody look at my aim. Literally nobody. Nobody ever. Just don't look.
Where you going? Banana.
I want my
Alright,
5 gun.
No 5 guns yet.
I can actually
I'll
shoot
let
with
you know
that
if I
thing.
see one though.
Oh no, I'm down again. They got me. Oh, there's actually a team. Whoops.
Oh,
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 no.
oh, they're crack
I'm
team
down.
too. I've missed all my shots so far this game. I don't feel like I am the person to save the day.
That banana's wearing glasses.
I would suggest some of the gold runs.
Yeah.
Ooh!
I'll be bait. Run.
I'm running!
Really? How are you still alive? Oh.
I don't know what's happening. I keep going in and out of the bush. Yo, they finally got me.
They will not get
I
me!
can't believe I lasted so long.
I have gone for gold.
I don't get how you were just chopping around them surviving.
That was crazy.
Let me live! Don't murder me!
I turned enhanced reboot on.
Yeah, I spent some gold for that one too. I think I did that for the last one.
Wait.
Oh my gosh, there's literally, yeah, good shout, 'cause there's literally
Okay.
no loot here.
Normally isn't.
There's very much been looted.
I'm trying to find Alvado's symbol that's supposed to be in this area.
I have managed to get Law to play Apex once, Bazza, but
Oh, I don't think that went well.
I just didn't, it was
Oh, it's a funny story.
alright, right?
It's a funny story.
She may have fallen off the edge a few times, but that's alright.
Once. We only ever played the one game and then we went into training.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm on my way.
Oh no!
Sorry.
I was trying to get ammo. That's what I was doing.
That
I honestly didn't even know they
Come
were
in.
there.
Kill me up. Coming down to us.
I'm in Ned's house! You can't bully me in here!
Oh, it's the same team from before.
Of course, they're sweaty.
What?
Sweaty mixed sweats.
And there's another team coming in too. You know,
Cookie, run time.
I tried that Apex, I just couldn't do it.
I don't have enough gold
Yeah,
to
well-
res is the only problem.
From what I remember, Cookie and Uriel both died. And it was all up to me. And literally, Uriel was suggesting I go find the hole in the map to go fall down so we could start again. And as Uriel was saying this, I found the hole and fell down it.
No, run! It's not letting me run! I severely missed when you used to be able to run as much as you wanted! What?
Titanfall. And Titanfall was fun, and then when they made Apex, I tried it. I'm like, no, this ain't Titanfall. You can't say that this is the successor of it.
Why is the game gotta have a limit to how much I'm allowed to run?
To make it interesting.
Very mean is what it is.
Make it. Yeah, no, I reckon. If I can run forever, I can run forever. That's
Yeah,
how it
exactly. I can totally do that in real life, so.
Exactly.
Totally.
I've got the stamina of gods. Of course, I can do that.
Exactly.
Yeah, well, I failed. I failed at that game.
That's okay.
But
You had a
the
nice
shooting range
time.
was fun.
Yeah, you had a nice time at least.
Yeah. Yeah, I had fun at the shooting range. Especially on days I was in a bad mood. I actually did. I used it as a anger management for a while.
I mean, why not?
Still couldn't understand half the guns, but
Yeah.
got somewhat decent at shooting targets with the sniper. Of course, the non-moving ones, of course.
I really just want to see somebody get killed by it. It's always
Well, at least they're not like those idiots that danced on us with, in the middle of the round.
Yeah, that was
Oh.
annoying. That was silly.
They're the sweaty ones. Those ones. Only
Yeah.
sweat.
I just wanted to see a team kill them, but
Yeah.
unfortunately, the only teams around were bots.
Yeah, only sweats dance on the people they kill.
Yeah.
Oh, Cookie, did you hear about what happened with our first game?
No.
Ooh, yeah.
Well, for some reason, Fortnite had put us in build.
Oh!
By default,
Yeah.
as build.
Hey, we came into that and we took out a few teams. We just rushed them. They didn't expect us to just come right at them with
No.
it.
That's great.
Because seriously, we were just trying to die.
Yeah.
We succeeded in the end. But geez. Really annoying when people can build things.
That skin looks so funny doing the dance.
Did it work? Did the rainbow work?
I didn't see. It's okay.
Also,
if it didn't.
let's go town square, and hopefully this time I can find the stupid spray spot.
Yeah.
I don't
It's
remember where
on
it was, 'cause I remember-
this side because
I
I've
remember
seen
there
it.
Yeah, I remember there was a mission for it, but then that was it. That's the first time I
Oh my jeez, I just got blinded by my glider. I think I've got the Millennium Falcon or something. That blinded me.
Oh well, that's already been sprayed. That spot.
Oh no, she had a shotgun.
Oh no.
Oh,
All my stuff's like struggling to load
I don't have
in.
a gun yet.
Oh no! They had a
Oh
blaster
Jesus, what are you guys doing?
shotgun. I had the little two.
You're leaving me in lore, like, come on.
I just wanted to find my spray.
Come on.
And I had
Can we
nothing.
climb over this?
I can't.
what?
Really, I can't crawl.
Yeah,
over this.
you can.
I'm missing every shot in a flipping SMG gun, bro. An entire clip. Oh my god. No. No, I'm dead.
Nice try.
Okay, I'm running away.
Run so far.
What happened to you?
I don't want to talk about it, okay? I don't...
That was lag.
Yeah, all the lag. Like, I mean,
Hacking, you
yeah,
know?
yeah, I wasn't even, like, loading in properly, so, like, it's...
Yeah.
Oh.
The monitor turned off.
Yeah, I don't
What
know.
is this cat thing?
Oh, Jesus! Oh, lol, run away!
Kill it. Kill the cat. Oh,
Well-
that's how you get the chainsaw.
Law was hitting more shots than I was.
Yeah, well, I have to run.
Yeah, run away. Run far, run fast. Yeah, my shoelace was untied, exactly.
You were like killing everybody with me last time we played.
I've been playing too much Final Fantasy, okay? That game doesn't involve any aiming.
It does not.
My lore likes it, right? We don't have to aim.
I need to probably.
This cat has so much health. I really hope that, like.
I hope that was worth it.
Yeah, chainsaw is worth it.
Chainsaw and that's it. I think it's like you can use the chainsaw to move around fast.
I hope I have enough points. I really do hope I have enough coins.
I think you got.
Yeah, just. It's alright, if I see any gold, I'll let you know.
Yeah, we'll just do the same as last time. Load lore up with gold.
Yep. I'll tie my shoelaces up now, don't worry.
Yep.
It's gonna be fine.
Yeah, well, I don't really have anything either. Oh, we've got gunfire nearby too.
Oh my goodness, this Millennium
way,
Falcon is so blinding. Find it by the light.
Yeah, I thought I had my skins on random, but apparently not.
Oh, blue chest.
I did, but then I got this bandit skin and I'm like, yeah, I'm keeping this one.
That's very fair.
Spend like 200.
I'm getting shot at.
Like this now.
Oh, I've only got a pistol, but I will. Oh no, I've got a shotgun now.
Coming.
Woo! Hey, can you not shoot me through a wall, please? Because I don't really have anything but the chainsaw.
There's at least 3 of them still up there.
Oh, you got one. Well, someone got one.
Another one.
I hit one, it broke its shield, 85. I don't know what I'm saying, so...
Laws like numbers.
Yep, numbers. Shoot them.
There we go. We got them. There's a bunch of gold on their dead bodies, Law.
Got 'em, girls and boys. And other.
Oh, I have a small pot too that I meant to give someone. Someone needs it.
I've also got splashy. That's, oh.
I don't have my favorite gun yet, and I'm sad about it. That is an MSMNG. Sorry, mine.
That's fine. Chainsaw.
I've got splashies. If
Sorry,
everybody
but-
wants to come and stand on each other, and I'll splash everybody.
No, I don't want to get touched by
Stand
your
here.
Also, I would say Crimson should use it small before you do that.
No.
No, I was fine. I was at 40
There is
anyway.
a chug jug there too. We could all share that as well. Oh, not me.
Never mind.
Never mind. Law had. I'm gonna carry the chug jug. My chug jug now.
Oh, I'm gonna grab those splashy things because I like them.
What
I
of
wish I
them?
could get my tomatoes. Also,
There's a
once
person.
again, I still have not found.
Ah, I missed him.
I missed him too. Don't worry.
There's gunfire everywhere, Law. Oh, was that you shooting?
That was me shooting. That was me trying to shoot him.
Okay. That's what it's gunfire.
As long as you're not getting shot, that's all we care about.
Cool. Have gun.
Mine.
Let's go find them, Soul. Me and you against the world. Or they're rezzing.
Oh, yeah.
No.
Oh, we gotta get him.
Ooh. Stupid sprint limit.
Where is it?
I'm coming, girl.
Where is it? There it is.
Stupid sprint limit.
I'm riding my chainsaw in the battle.
I'm on my way.
Oh my gosh, it's like
Oh,
an
yeah.
entire
I
team
gave you
of
guys
them.
a-
I don't even know
did
where
give
they
you
are.
guys a chainsaw.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, you dropped the chainsaw, so I picked it up.
Oh, someone's rebooting behind us now. Oh, evil Krusty.
Krusty!
Oh my goodness, I don't want to use this glider anymore. Please make this not in my face. It is so bright.
Oh! Oh! Get him!
Ah, Felicia, there's a golden pistol.
Mine.
Oh, there's another person up on the hill.
Going.
Sorry. Krusty burgers are more important.
Die, Homer. That's my Krusty.
Oh, I can't bring the
Give me a
car
gun.
up here. Oh, Jesus!
Give me a gun.
Oh, I had to go all the way around. The way I was trying to go wasn't gonna work.
Donut?
I'm fine.
Quest.
I like that was on purpose.
No.
That was definitely aimed for me.
No.
Payback.
Maybe. There's people over there, rezzing.
Reboot! Reboot!
Where's the reboot?
This way.
Come on.
They got away.
They're in a car. They're in a
They're in the
car.
car.
Law! No! They were gonna run Law over.
So you run me over instead.
I was trying to.
That's fine. Okay, I'm gonna go look for Alvado's thingy magic. I hope I can find it. I hope it's where the 2 is.
Jesus Christ, chaotic.
It's always chaotic when I get involved. What do you mean?
I think they took out the albino thing. Oh, if someone wants a chainsaw.
I got one.
What on earth is that sound? Oh!
Maybe I should do this more often. Do you get more
Yeah,
sauce?
no.
Oh, wait, maybe?
Nobody clip that!
Yeah, okay, I do just use it.
Thank you so much for resubscribing
Just
for
wasn't
6 months!
Okay, so then you just have to use it at
Woo!
like different location-wise.
How you doing?
I could've had it
I hope you're
completed
doing
this
good
whole
with
time,
your
but I thought it was the reboot. Is it our reboot?
admin.
Yeah, it's at the tires just near us.
There's also a person like driving a car as well.
That went down.
You?
No, someone else.
Ooh.
Oh, they're in the car with me! Someone's in the car! I'm delivering them. They're coming. I'm coming with the person!
Gotta reload. Got him.
Package delivered.
I made a class 5 before.
They're not spooling. Moving. You want to hit me towards it, I'll be happy.
There's people in here as well. Over here. They have a chainsaw.
Oh, it stopped again.
They're running away. They're on top of the roof. They have a car themselves. I can hear the car. I've run out of fuel. This is rough.
I missed it.
One went that way.
Yeah. Life admin is complete. That's good. I'm coming.
Shot it a few
Oh,
times,
maybe
but-
there's a tree in the way.
Flying now.
Oh, sorry, Law.
That's okay.
I was trying to get past you, not into you.
What do you put uncommon items? Of course, once I get the
Back into you. Banana.
Anyone want that?
I'll take it.
Also, I need to get my shield.
I just
back,
ran
so-
over a banana.
Kill him.
No. Oh, he's shooting my car. I've got to get out. Oh, he's so much better than me. Oh, no.
No.
Oh, no.
Coming.
I'm running away.
No. Banana.
I'll go reboot Cookie.
Yeah.
Because you guys are better shot.
It was just one banana all on his lonesomes, I think. Oh, there's a person more.
I am not doing anything.
Oh, you were doing so well.
My game decided to lag just as that guy was shooting me.
It's okay, you tried. And you were doing really well. He was almost dead.
My game tried to lag.
I'm down.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Damn it.
Oh no! Soul, you got this!
My settings.
I
I
believe.
definitely do not have this.
I know, you do, you do. It's you're gonna wipe them all. What do you mean? See, you wiped them all, didn't you see? I saw.
Oh yeah, definitely, yeah.
Yeah.
We won, what do you mean?
Yeah. For sure.
Can we go back to lobby? I wanna fix my skins.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Turn to lobby.
Oh, if I can find the return to lobby button, there we go. Where?
Oh. I need to remind someone I'm lurking.
Be like, I'm watching you.
Always watching Mazowski. Always watching.
Nah, my friend is on.
Hello, friend.
Mm-hmm.
Alright,
Hello, Tail.
Random now. Hopefully.
Oh.
Alright, I'll put everything to random and I'll go back to random. Hey, do I have...
What are you giggling over there for?
In my friend's chat thing, and I was just reminding them I'm still there.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, they mentioned of me doing it. They're also in here.
Ah, see, told you, hello, friend. Oh my god, I love my character when like I go out of tracking, like my avatar, because it just gets like this big shocked face because it can't track me anymore. Hello, Aspect. I was trying to put Law's like little person on my stream, and that's why I was not trackable. My character's like, oh.
Why can't I just climb off?
you gotta actually hold the button itself. It's still there, but it's
No, it was all grayed out. That was
Yeah.
the problem.
it was all grayed out for mine as well, but you can still claim all with it.
Oh, more beep it.
Alright, got it ready up, don't I? Ooh.
I mean, it would be helpful,
okay.
but like, if you don't want to, that's cool too.
I'm sorry, but you're not holding your own in a fight anymore. It's hard. I need to prepare myself.
I'm trying, okay? I'm doing
Crap last
my
time.
best. I'm just gonna go cry. I don't think we can be friends with Crimson anymore, Law. He's really toxic.
I'm far from it.
Nah.
We're having fun. That's the more important thing.
Oh, I feel so dumb. I'm glad I didn't say what I was thinking out loud. I have a Rockstar energy drink, and you know how the logo for Rockstar is like an R backwards and then an R forwards?
Yep.
Yeah. My brain's like, why is there two R's? There's only one R in Rockstar.
Oh my god.
Whew. It's fine. We're fine. We're fine.
Hit the wrong button.
Alright, so you need
Straight down.
an El Pato place, yep.
Yep, go straight down. Alright, let's go. Woo! Us against the world.
Also, if you guys need anything, you need to tell me because
Oh, I'm
Oh,
chilling.
we're just playing for the fun of it.
Yeah, I'm just telling and trying not to die every round and disappoint Crimson. That's
Oh wait, I can't put it on here.
trying to do, but it's not really working out for me.
It's not giving me the Alberto I want.
Maybe you've done them here or something?
There it is. It's
Oh, you
it
got it?
changed location. That's why.
Oh, that's
There we
rude.
go.
How dare
By the way, I have people. I have no gun.
Nope.
That's not a good thing. There's people in that building. I'm running away. Once again, I have
That's
no
my
gun.
chest.
Of course, I could just go get myself killed trying to kill them.
Go on.
There is so many people around here. So many.
Okay, I'm gonna try to hit them now.
Got a second.
Oh my goodness. I'm holding my own. I totally got that person all on my own.
There's one around the corner. He's running.
Just up here.
Dare you?
I think that might be Bobox.
Oh.
Yeah.
Beep, 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 beep.
It's a nasty.
Also, no, I do not have the money to revive you. So please
Okay.
don't die.
Alright, I'll do my
Okay.
best. I make no promises.
Okay, okay, Cookie, we go down now.
Okay.
Or there's someone else who has to be the
Runaway.
Yep.
How much gold do you need to res people?
500.
You only need like 500 at a time, I think.
I have 100 though.
I have 3,000.
Alright.
Excuse me, Crimson.
I guess
I was
you're-
gonna take that. You're so
Mine now.
rude.
Gecko!
Oh, somebody is running straight for me.
Hey, Law. You wanted a sniper shotgun?
A sniper
Oh, sorry.
rifle?
No, I thought it was a sniper rifle. It was two guns fused together. I wanted that.
Oh.
Dare you? I killed you.
I want to play miss the shots with the sniper rifle.
I killed you. Stole that from me. I do all the work. You come up, take my gun, and run. Dare you? It was more or less just a silent stare between the two of us, if we're that engaged.
I love how it took a hot minute for you to realize though too.
I went to pick it up, and then it was like, because I thought it looked like a sniper rifle because it had the SMG thing over the top of it as well. I'm like, oh yeah, finally we see one, and then it's like, oh wait, that's just the gold shotgun in this.
Yeah, and you're like, oh, gold shotgun, and I'm like, yeet.
What is that?
Mine now. Too slow.
I need common items.
You need a common item. There you go.
Just pick Crimson up.
Yeah, I'm very common.
That's a common item. Unfortunately, it did not work. Oh, darn, I thought this donut thing actually had a thing on it, but nope.
And I'm not even that common enough for a task to be finished. I don't know whether to be like insulted or not by that.
Well, you're not common enough. You're really rare. You're a mythic. Silly Crimson.
The roof? Yeah,
Where's
that's, it's gotta
Law?
be the roof.
Law, I want to splash you.
Alright, no, it's not the roof. What is this? It's in the bathtub. I looked in the bathtub, it wasn't in there.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
Also need common items.
I've not found any of those, I'm sorry. Oh, look.
Oh, I found some.
Crimson, there's a blue shotgun for you.
Hey, Crimson.
Oh, there you
Wanna
go.
come to my location?
There's purple shotgun. I went to purple, I went to gold one. Gold one's better.
Okay. Well, I have a gold one. That's what I'm trying to give you.
No. No.
Now, you owe me a 5-gun.
Alright.
Go find it.
We'll go hunting for a 5-gun.
Hunting for some rabbits.
Because I am sad I don't have my gun now.
We'll find you one.
Yes.
Ooh, there's a donut thing over there.
where's over there? There? Okay.
There, I've been-
Bye-bye.
Bye bye. I'm gonna go see Bart. I'm not gonna blow his face out this time, I promise.
Ooh, there's gunfire.
Yeah, well, we don't want gunfire right now.
Hello, Bart.
I am going the right way, right?
Yeah, it's literally just up ahead. It's where all the homers are. There is also a team just behind us, so we just have to be careful. There we
Or
go.
not be careful, your choice, really.
Not a 5-gun, but still worth it.
I was gonna say, yeah, whatever it is, you can take it for the time being. We can get you a better gun.
They're shooting at us all.
Okay, I guess we should probably head backwards. Back to our teammate.
Patch back up to them.
Alright, we held our own.
By the way, it was an SMG.
Ah. Oh, was it the SMG one?
Like my driving?
Yep.
That made you sick yet?
No.
They're very low.
I'm here, so.
I missed lots of shots, but that's okay. Oh, there's more people coming.
Kevin, I'm here.
And
for
I'm
this
also
fight.
missing like every single shot again. It's okay.
I can't smack them. I can't shoot things I can't see.
There.
One in front of us. Got one.
Yeah, there's one of the bit
That one's
further
got no
down the
shield. That
hill.
one's gone. That one. There's one more alive further down.
Nice, Law. Good job.
Getting him.
Told ya, Law's turning into a cracked gamer.
I hit him once. I have a funny feeling someone else hit him a fair few more times.
Yes, maybe.
Because I was using an SMG.
Slingshot and gunfire. I am going to poison people.
Cool. Can you find my gun first, though?
I will find you your gun.
My gun. It's awesome. Also, I have a lot of splashes right now. If people need them. I have like 12.
I got some people. I murdered them. Oh. Oh, hello, sir.
That's another name location, isn't it?
Who kicked you?
I did it! I completed my mission!
Anybody want a
my
head?
mission.
Anybody want the head?
Then track category
I don't
because
want the
it's still
head.
not. No,
I'll be
thank you.
alright.
Visit Krusty Burger or La La to find healthy food options for Homer.
Well,
Oh, that's
we're
not
at the
far.
we're at the Krusty Burger at the moment, but it's just outside of the zone. So if you want to come to us,
Don't care.
we get it.
I'm right nearby.
You got lots of splashies as well, so that's alright. There's a team here as well.
I've got heaps of
fire.
splashies.
Oh, that's not a person, lol, that's loot. I was just, you know, making sure the loot
Lucas!
knew that they weren't allowed
I got
to.
a Lucas and...
Does it hit? It hit. I am a god with a slingshot.
I fell in the bin.
No.
I've
Got it.
got
There's one right
it.
here.
Walk too far.
It's so low.
You go.
It's so low.
Uh-oh.
Dare you?
Oh,
Gotta get
yeah.
out of this place.
Alright,
Make sure you just pick us up
Do you
and
want to
throw
just
us
run away?
in.
'Cause I can't... Oh, wait.
it's more or less this will just give you guys more
I don't
time
have-
to get gone. You
Oh.
son of a bitch!
If you can get their cards, I can run.
Yeah, you start running. I can get him. I'll catch up. Son of a bitch.
Okay.
I'm
got
definitely
you,
gonna
Cookie.
do. No, I'm dead for sure.
No.
Yep.
No. No.
This is my karma for
I shot
taking
him
the
back.
gold gun.
I got it back. My gun. Hey, Laura, I got your gun as well.
Yeah, I'm currently running because I just saw Evil Homer and there's people trying to kill Evil Homer.
That's not very nice.
Yep.
Where my marker is right now. You got both their things?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got both, and I'm
Trying to live.
for my life.
Oh, sugar, that's not good.
No, you're fine. You keep going.
No,
That is a
I just
person.
saw a person.
Yes, Lord. Yeah. Good job.
Get lost. Stop telling your friend where I am.
Crimson, don't die.
Please don't. I
That's two teams, like a team
Oh, well.
with 2 different vehicles. No, I had a 5 gun.
I mean, he's pretty near. We may be able to
Person
go back and get your card in a minute.
and a car.
Alright.
Yeah, that would be the team that I. The team.
Oh my god, they have shotguns and everything. I'm just trying to live.
There's the team in the car that will probably be the pain in the ass.
I knew these things would come in handy.
What? Why did it take so long to throw the net?
Someone's reviving? I'm dead.
Run, Soul.
Oh my gosh, that was...
It took so long to
almost...
throw my nade.
They're definitely gonna murder you.
There's a car.
Yeah, just grab the car and go. I don't know where.
There should be one in this zone somewhere. I don't know where though.
There's one at.
Oh, where the yeah, there. Oh.
There'll be one in the Springfield Square.
Yeah.
Yeah, here somewhere, I think it is.
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
Just in front of you.
Definitely heal yourself first, though.
I did my best to help.
Okay.
You did.
There's a lot of people there, to be fair.
Yeah, no, I had. A team came up from one direction, and then you had a team in the cars that were chasing me down for a while.
Oh.
It's us against the world. Literally.
Something's wrong with my Fortnite, I think.
Kick it.
I'm gonna have absolutely nothing because I don't have money. Shotgun?
Which that hurt.
Well, at least I found money. Ooh, SMG. Ooh, I see a chest.
Where is it? We're not far from where I died.
Circle's closing
It's
fast.
not like...
Ah, damn it.
Oh,
Alright,
great.
we have to get out of there.
Yeah.
No way. There's a person that just made a. Oh, oh. Yeah, we got a team that's rolling right in on us.
Yep. They're in the storm right now. You got one down. I'm seeing if I can find the others. I'm trying to pull out of the storm, but...
I'm down. Just coming up the fish, just coming up on the thing now.
I'm trying to mark as much as I can, because I'm dead.
He died to the storm.
Awesome.
Oh!
Ooh, that's a different rifle.
Oh!
That's that was the
I was
last team.
laughing.
Oh.
Hey, we did pretty well.
Yeah.
They had a full squad left though.
Yeah.
What the hell?
With like probably heaps of stuff too.
Yeah, we're jumping around with what we can get at the time.
All grey, pretty much. Such a long, like, scream.
Yeah.
You had to pick up your kiddos today, Cook?
Nope. They are in after school care today.
Good.
So I don't have to go until about 4:30.
Taking a bit to find a match?
For wheels?
Yeah.
They don't like us.
So what do I have to do? Talk to Lisa and Bart. Purchase items in Krusty Burger or La La Land. Or Lad.
That's not too bad. You just gotta throw like the fruit and veggie stuff that you can pick up and just throw them around in there.
Yep. Have a good sleep.
Bye,
Bazan. Thanks for popping in.
Good night, Basil. Get some sleep.
And I expect to see you more. Please?
Yeah, we love you. Legit just talking about you like yesterday, weren't we?
What?
Just over here dancing with Soul.
I load in so slow on the Xbox, so
It allows me to just join the emote, so I'm like, yeah.
why not?
I just think it looks more funny when my characters do it.
Yeah, definitely.
Remember, if you think the bus driver, he tells you it tells your opponents the way to go. I need to talk to Lisa or Bart. That's all I have to do. Of course, my quest just decides to break all the time, so let's go there.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think Lisa's over in the corrupted spot where it was.
Yeah, and Bart's in the wilderness. Bart actually probably would have been the safer bet.
Spot would be safer, but this is more fun.
Close the door.
The closed doors, not me.
Not me with a pistol. I got a shotgun to your face. Coming, Law. Gotta break my way for the roof.
Yeah. I'm gonna need help because... Oh wait, I think they're bots. I really do think they're bots. Oh, there's a person coming.
Goku!
Oh, I accidentally hit her, quest. Whoops. That's okay, though. I have no ammo left, by the way. I've got to go find these textbooks, so...
The chest and all that there, everyone to get that.
Oh, yes, please. I need the gold. You guys have cleared me out of gold.
I blame Cookie.
Oh!
I blame the fish people.
Okay, I blame me too.
Got another one.
I was waiting for some comment of it.
I said it's okay, I blame me too.
I don't. So you can't be to blame. Also, person outside. I just saw footsteps.
It could have been one of the zombie homers.
Oh yeah, there was lots of them on the hill.
Okay.
But I will keep an eye out, just in case.
Yeah, I'm going to now. Oh yeah, no, they're on the hill. Knocked one. 2. There's 2 more behind that rock.
Why is it not letting me pick up this stupid thing? But either way, I'll have the I can't pick up the shield.
Oh, don't tell me it's doing the thing to you now.
No, I could pick up other things. I just couldn't pick up the shield.
And boom. There you go. Alright. Bunch of gold here for us.
No decent gun, so no 5 gun.
Damn.
Did you like my plan to help?
I just follow that with the splash.
Oh, also, are we? No, we're not. So what is my quest now? Oh, great. I wish it would stop breaking it. Oh.
Well, there's people here.
Okay, it hasn't reset yet. Okay.
Ooh, law.
5 gun?
Yep, 5 gun.
I won. Mine.
I'm blinky fishing away because there is like so many people in that building.
I did. I thought I marked it. Oh yeah, I did mark it.
I went to the wrong thing.
Yeah, I might.
Yours is pink.
Yeah, mine is the weird.
For some reason, it's showing me yours is purple.
Yeah, that's weird. Because for me, it's
I have
me and Soul are both blue.
Let's just all admit that Fortnite's just a little bit broken. I'm missing all my shots. Oh my goodness.
Missed most of mine just then.
I'm on my way.
Got one.
And now my eye is itchy because why not?
Malcolm?
There's one over there by the bushes.
Came in.
Oh.
Yeah, I missed all the fun. Missed the fun.
Nope. Hey, I have enough gold to res.
Oh, I had a zombie behind me.
I saved your life.
I'm not infected. I don't think I'd taste very good.
It just turned into Homer.
I guess we could try the donuts just up here. See if there's anything.
Yep.
Oh, there's a team.
No chest in this building. Come in.
I have gunfire
Got
this
one
way,
of them.
but I haven't seen anyone, so...
Yeah, that's the ones that Cookie is like attacking.
Okay, I'm on my way.
There's 2 knocked. They've got obviously at least 1 or 2 other friends.
Where your friends at? Where your friends at? What's in the bus?
I'm gonna throw them in the ocean.
Okay, I'll get the other one.
Alright.
I got one.
Let's go, buddy.
Come on.
Back to the ocean
Ready
for
to
you.
die, Soul?
Oh, absolutely.
Every day of the week.
Let's rush him.
Yeah.
I wish you could just like run however long you want. It's so slow.
Ooh, he had a 5 gun.
Oh, he did.
I'm in trouble.
Oh no.
We're coming.
Yeah, but...
Gotta reload.
Where are you going?
I can't hit the side of a barn, that's the problem. That one's got no shields. I don't know where the Marge is. Probably trying to kill me. I'm down, but I hit the Marge a few times. So, yeah, someone can come get me. Or they can kill the Marge. Okay, maybe not.
Alright, there was a person in the bush. There's a person in the bush that's almost
In the
dead.
bush?
In the bush. Cookie in the bush.
I can't see inside a bush.
There's also evil Marge coming too, because I can see footsteps.
And yeah, there's one in the building.
No, outside the building,
He's
getting in
running
a
away.
Yep.
Hey, it's the person touching me.
Hey.
Go get it. The person, stop touching me.
Oh, how rude.
I'm resing low. She's lower than you.
I know, but the AI thingy started resing me, and then thank you.
There
Thank you. I'll heal up because I have actually heals for a change.
There you go, Law.
I did have like.
I was trying to throw that on the ground, but it didn't work.
I've run out of AR ammo somehow.
Mine now. Oh wait, why did you throw that one out? You were supposed to throw out the other gun. There.
That one's now.
This is where you ran me over, Soul.
I don't know what you're talking about.
So Lafu, she did it again.
There was gunfire just back
She
that
totally
way.
would too.
I don't know how far.
There's a
I didn't
donut
hear shots. I just saw the
here.
donut. Where? Yes, go get donut.
Damn it! I don't want donuts.
I want donuts. We can't have any because Dad can't eat sugar. Well, he doesn't like them, but he doesn't eat sugar. Oh, rifle.
What is
Somebody
that?
else can take it. I got the Mr. Blasty.
I have my favorite gun,
That's
and
so
so I won't use any
pretty.
other. I would like some actual heals instead of the crappy ones I have. But
Oh, footsteps.
Oh, I lagged.
Knock one.
knocked one.
Yes.
Nice.
It's
Good
us
job.
against the
Oh, so
world.
please let me know. Oh, it's better heals.
Gunfire out that way. All the way across.
I was getting shot at, by the way. Oh. So, trying to shoot things from far distance away, I should give
There's a
up.
car behind us.
Screw you, Bender.
Bender down.
Finished him off, because why not?
I don't know where the other car is. The other person. But that car is pretty damaged. I am lost. I don't know where the gut bullets are coming from.
There's a team this way. Oh, I destroyed my
He's
car.
down by the reboot. There's one person in front of him. Hit for something.
One side of the front of the reboot down. The one behind the reboot still up. There's one on the roof.
Oh. He's actually in the building.
And there's one. There's an evil home.
Really? Lag?
Got him.
Seriously?
Ooh.
Sorry. I actually thought I had that, but... I tried to back me up.
Oh no, I'm so low, and there's teams everywhere.
I'm just trying to figure out what they've done to my setting.
One on the top on the roof has no shield.
Thank you. I will
There's a
heal
team
up.
behind us as well from where we came from. 'Cause that's where I was gonna hide away to, but
There's the homer behind that wall. One on the roof has no shield again, and then there's the homer that keeps picking at us at a distance with the bot that's healing is resin him.
You get on the roof.
He has one of the float
I got him. I got him.
Cool.
Nice.
And it's just
There is a way to
the
get
homer with the bot. There's the homer with the bot.
The guy
over
just there.
Yeah, shooting us at range.
Oh, 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 oh. Oh. Yeah, there's one there and then there's one there.
So watch out to your left.
Okay.
And then there's
And
just
then,
a
yeah.
homer that should be to the right behind a tree. Thank
Yeah.
you, Cookie.
I'm behind the Revine van.
Alright, okay. You, and then I'm gonna. Ooh! You!
He's coming forward. He's sticking his head outside the tree. I've still got heals, and I do have some splashes.
You might be behind a tree, but I'm gonna get rid of that. Come on.
Yep, I'm gonna heal. If people need shields or health, could you come to me?
There he goes down. He's down.
Yeah, I got rid of his little friendly thing as well.
Okay, I need more pots. A reboot?
Over that way.
Or was that the reboot van being
It was a different reboot van getting used.
Yeah, not the one
Okay.
closest.
Cool.
I can hear a home now.
Where's the oh. My quest is
Alright.
actually complete. Too. I'm heading inside the circle.
Yeah,
where
I'm
the
gonna
gunfire
hit
is.
the zone.
I'm gonna pick up this oh, there's a chainsaw here.
Yeah, I just grabbed it. The chug probably doesn't have a lot left on it, because I picked it up to use.
It probably doesn't, but it's still better than what I have. Which is nothing.
Or a tomato, Julor.
There is also another donut, which could be worth grabbing. There's a team at the donut. Die, Ned Flanders! Damn it, I didn't get him in time. The Ned Flanders definitely doesn't have any shield or health. There is a bigger, a new chug. Ned Flanders on the roof! If nobody wants that rifle, I will take it.
Go for it.
Soul's being attacked.
Ah, person there. Has no shield and is down.
That'd be the Ned Flanders team. Oh, crown.
Oh, congrats.
Alright, well if we go circle, they're gonna have to come to us anyway, and I think they're the last person, so...
That's a good point.
Do we get to murder the friendly neighborhood in Flanders?
Yes, sir!
I'm gonna sit around the reboot because I think he's there. Yes, he's at the reboot.
Now I'm gonna. Well,
Is that
if
the
you guys
reboot?
killing me, can you kill him?
No, but I'm at the moment I'm keeping him from doing the reboot. He's tucked behind it.
Okay. I'm gonna make sure he doesn't try to run for the other reboot.
Nice.
You have how long again, Crucible?
Probably about maybe another half an hour before I have to go get something to eat.
Okay.
And then go to bed. It's got a midnight start and it's gonna.
I'm just gonna go to the toilet very quickly, chat. 2 seconds. I'm gonna run.
I forgot that I put Ricky Martin on my winning screen.
I can't believe we won. I don't feel I have as much health at all. But I do like my thing of help. Run after Crimson and splash Crimson.
Look, it's just showing that you're a dedicated medic and like healer in any game that you really play.
Yeah.
I'm used to when I play games is I'm either a tank or a DPS. I'm used to doing that, so that's just what I do.
Oh, by the way, I finished all those quests except for the get the donut one. The donut weapons.
I'm
I
alive.
can't join you on that one. There we go.
Yo.
Wait.
Okay, we both have glowing eyes.
Yeah, and dance.
But other than
it's
collecting
pretty.
weapons inside the donut storm, I've done all my quests.
Woohoo!
Nice.
So where are we dropping? Because I don't care anymore.
Oh, I don't mind. I'm happy wherever.
Nah.
Yeah, I'm fine with anything.
Donut.
Cornfield. We get tomatoes.
Yeah, how did you know my plan?
As we know you, Law.
There is a big hot drop for this place.
Everybody likes the tomatoes. I'm a Groot riding a surfboard.
I was a Raiden with a toilet seat chair.
By the way, I've almost got all my shields back just from throwing tomatoes at myself.
Nice. We love the tomatoes. Tomato
We do.
potatoes.
Of course, I don't have a weapon, but that's okay.
3. Last time I hear, I had like 8 kills before I got killed.
Oh, sorry, Law.
Ah!
Sorry, I didn't mean to.
That's the whole team.
I didn't know you were gonna walk across there. Okay, there's a whole team over here as well. Oh, and Krusty's here as well.
Oh shit.
Kill Krusty!
No, I was gonna use the chainsaw.
I'm Krusty.
No, on this team.
Oh, sorry. I'm
That's
killing
okay.
Krusty.
I can't hit any shots either, so I am not helping.
Don't say that. I came to help, and I got killed. Ooh.
Okay, I've got Soul's card. And Crimson's. Yep. Oh!
Get out of there, kid.
Okay, I'm running.
No! It's okay, at least you only have to buy. Well, it's the same either way, and then.
Yeah, it's the same either way.
Thanks. That's right.
In a bush.
Did not mean to throw the other one.
There is a reboot at the camp.
Yep. Done. Too bad I don't have enough money for that person.
That's okay.
We should just like hand over people money. I reckon it should be an item that you can just drop.
Yeah.
Because what else other use is it now that for this thing? It's just to buy people or basically to like buy your
Looks like the cam hasn't been claimed, by the way.
which is good. I'd say just start once you've done the reboot, just jump onto that.
If you can buy an enhanced one, please do. Though I think it's fine because this area doesn't look like it's been looted, but... And I managed to get away scot-free. Oh, I want to go open that box.
Well, Soul's in on the thing with you, so you can go open the box. If somebody's still taking the place.
Nah. Go to Cortez, there's 2 of us.
There you go.
I was perfectly right. That's what I have.
You got the 5 gun.
Oh yeah,
Someone's-
I got a 5 gun. Why is Cookie so far away from us?
I was just over there, getting some stuff from across the lake. There was a bit more breed of Ortons, but there is a team over there as well.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Just now they go across the pond.
Don't blow
I
your
hope
piece
everything's
up,
okay, and I'll
Aspect.
talk to you tomorrow. Wait. Yeah, no, yeah, tomorrow, because you stream tomorrow.
Oh, do you need shield?
I would probably need some.
Actually, where are you?
Can't
Because
make
I
it
have
up.
3 pots, small pots, and you can have it.
Oh yeah, I've got some.
Chuggy, chuggy, chug. There we go.
Yeah. Understandable.
Another team rezzing here. Again. Even though they just did it, or a different team did it, I don't know.
Yeah, for some reason the reboots are really like...
They've stopped, they've got to change, oh, they're running away.
I'm grabbing the burger. It looks like they found some other people. Other people.
Alright, I'm just drinking this big pot real quick.
I'm heading back. Because I'm not trying to fight people by myself.
No, definitely.
Not with my gun. Not with my gun. I want my gun. Don't want them having my gun. My gun's awesome.
Team up there.
There's teams everywhere. Come on, Lada. You come with us and be our friend.
I was about to do the same thing.
They're my friend.
They got a
Vincent.
taco as a face.
Not yours.
They got a taco face. Of course they're not gonna be my friend.
Burger.
Prefer burger.
We're heading that way. I thought I grabbed that burger.
My burger.
My burger. Drop it back down on the floor.
Oh, I ate it. I need a shield.
I need a donut storm.
Whoa. Trippy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, footsteps near you.
Low gravity stone.
What the hell, they're hiding in a closet. Cookie, ran past them.
Yeah, I know. Did it on purpose.
Friendly.
My doggies. No one ever gets the doggies.
Down there.
They got knocked.
I hit them for 74 shield.
There's one over there, Lord. What to your right? Oh, nice. Got it.
I got him.
You did get him.
Nice.
5 gun here for someone. I'm gonna go play the mini game. If I can find it.
Low gravity zone is really annoying when you're trying to mantle through everything.
Where's the thingy magic?
You guys okay?
I can't find the thingy magic.
Oh, it's down the bottom. Down the bottom.
Yeah, it's down here.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. How do I do it?
That's an excellent question.
I'll just guess.
Yeah, that's.
That's usually how I do it.
Yeah. I'm sure there is a rhyme or reason, and I have I've said that to
Anyone
Paris.
want a gun?
I'm pretty chill with what I've got. Yeah, said to Paris, I'm sure there's a rhyme or reason, but I just haven't been able to work out what it is.
I'll take that. At long range.
I'm pretty sure it's just... Wait. Huh?
Oops, I've upset one of my doggies. Didn't mean to hit him. I was trying to hit the thing next to him. Sorry, buddy. There's a donut storm.
Donut storm.
Running.
The bottom of the hill.
Hopefully I can get there in time.
Oh, there's people as well.
Kill the people so I can get the donut storm.
Oh, Jesus, I just got hit massively by a big donut. Oh, it's on top of me. Oh my god, I'm stuck in the donut. Jesus, I'm getting yeeted around by donuts.
Alright, killed one dude.
Don't you kill my taco friend, sir.
Just one pasta for dinner.
Nice, Jacko. Oh, pizza for dinner. Yum. Yes, please.
For me. Oh, that's a pretty car.
On me. No! Fuck you, Zoe! Nobody liked Demon Hunters.
I like Demon Hunters, but that's besides the point.
Nobody liked K-pop Demon Hunters.
Ah! No, I'm stuck in the storm! I'm stuck on a rock!
No, Cookie!
Here, the shield's down. Eliminated, straight up. Also, yellow thingy medic there. Where's Crimson's card?
There's one up
and
there.
I will revive Crimson.
Can somebody get Cookie?
Yeah, Soul's picking me up. There's a person on top of that thing, though.
Yeah,
got
Demon
Cookie?
around.
Oh, they're chainsawing. That's scary.
They're probably running away. Yeah, they're probably running away.
Thank goodness.
Well then, I'm gonna go raise Crimson. You've got Cookie.
Yep. Thank you. I got stuck on a rock.
Jesus, Cookie.
I'm trying. Oh, Paris loves garlic bread. I love garlic bread too.
I prefer to make my own.
I mean, fair. That's a lot of effort.
Well, I work at a bakery. I just take the dough home with me and bake it at home.
Oh, they've done theirs up at the thing. Rest.
Gotta quickly like shield up and then I just back up.
Oh, there's someone here.
Also, there's a yellow flag gun there too.
Yep, that's one of the big dogs.
Person.
It's a nerdy banana.
Person down.
Nice.
There's gotta be another one from their team.
You can
'cause-
stop telling people where I am.
Yeah, for real.
Ooh. Don't mind if I pick those up.
Mm-hmm.
Donuts. Okay, 13 people left.
That's fine.
And we're in circle.
Loaded.
There's a lot of loot here though.
Yeah, the donut
No.
storms tend to give a lot of loot.
Okay, heading up. Just remember, we're in circle, they're not.
Yes, ma'am.
There was one that ran
We don't have to
There's
go
one that side.
to the right way. Yeah.
In here, up front. They come in. Oh,
I
I
heard them
don't
a
know
lot.
what they're
There's a lot of
doing.
gunfire in the building.
Yeah, it's because of
That's
my
because of Cookie's hounds.
yeah, my doggies. Crimson, don't die.
I'm hitting the nerdy bananas. Behind the rock.
Got one pretty low.
Something got hit.
One went off in the water. Two went off in the water.
They're there. I hit one.
Can.
But I think I need to head down. Oops. Oh, good. I'm in the water.
Whee!
I was gonna take the zip down, but
Yeah, then I did it. That happened to me the other day with Laura as well. Laura was going down and I was like, oh yeah, I'm going down too. Next minute, dead.
They ran behind that rock.
And on the bridge.
They're crossing the bridge.
Cow camp, what are you doing?
Reboot. Reboot.
Alright.
I don't know where it is.
The one across the lake, there's all those people up on the hill.
There's one shooting up at your Cookie.
Yeah.
Up the hill.
Yeah, got behind this building. There's some down there as well. Nerdy bananas from before.
Yep. careful up on top of the hill, Law. One of them's got the crusty gun,
I know.
the balloon on you.
I think they're not going to try to hit me again with it, though. Also, anyone want a tomato?
Mayo!
On me, a tomato.
Alright, so they just took out a team.
Whee!
On the hill.
Do you reckon we can go through the cave? Was that? Yeah. Oh no, we might as well stay
Right,
here. The
banana.
circle's gonna come this way anyway.
Mm.
Crimson, are you okay?
I can't hit my shots. I took out banana, but the other one keeps hitting me.
But then hit it back.
Yeah, gosh.
In the bush. Get out of the bush.
Oh, hit him. He's, dead. I'm getting shot at.
There's one up there.
I just realized my shields are low.
You get no help from no ally. Thank you, whoever is healing me.
I think it might be my Bobot. Oh no, it's Thor. I was saying my Bobot does it too.
Yeah, I think the robot hit me once and then Lord just kept on popping heals on me. You've got no
Oh, I
shields
knocked
or
one up
heals,
there. He's effed. He can't
Yeah, I
get to
saw
his
that.
mates.
Lord, want to quickly push back?
I hit that guy. I hit that guy a couple of times. I think he's low shields, I would
Yeah,
believe.
they're down here now.
I just don't know where
in the
it
bush.
went. What bush?
Just pinned it.
Got one on me.
Oh, the guy with the balloon is low shields.
Nice! Woo!
Fan dance. We win with a fan dance.
No.
Look over at Lord's screen, she's just holding a burger.
I was about to eat it. I was about to eat it.
I see Soul hitting the gritty. And I'm over here.
It's my favorite emote.
I'm over here doing a fan dance. We got Lord just about to chow down on a burger.
I was about to eat it because I was losing my shield. So I went, eat burger, get shields back, then try shooting the dude again.
And there's Cookie just bopping away on
Yep.
the road up ahead. Now it actually looks normal for me to be
Yeah, it's cute.
Ow. Oh, what? I love how you can walk up the wall. You can mantle the invisible wall. So where are we dropping?
Look over and Lord's just climbing an invisible wall. Yep.
Where are we dropping?
Um,
Someone else picks this time.
Let's go take our neighborhood back.
That neighborhood!
Neighborhood.
I'm going to see the
Oh yeah, Crimson, please keep an eye on the time.
Oh, I'll be fine.
You
I have
best.
a gun, and I'm not afraid to use
You
it.
best eat Crimson, or I'll eat you.
I don't. Like I said, I don't think I'll taste that good.
Come here, Leon Kennedy.
There we go.
Select fish or other meat. Does someone have a burger?
No.
Nope.
That face.
I'm sitting on the couch.
Coming. Coming.
What you watching?
Nothing. You destroyed the TV.
Oh. That seems to be a you problem.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello?
We can all sit on the couch.
Someone said they didn't have burgers. They didn't really look very far. Hey, wait, did they stop you from being able to carry 6 burgers? You can only carry 3.
We can all sit on the couch. Laura, come sit on the couch with us.
No. I'm sad.
I'm sorry.
They stopped you from being able to hold 6 burgers at once. You can only hold 3 now.
Wait, are you changing your clothing somehow?
Who?
Zombie. Oh.
Me?
Yeah,
No.
your like skirt was like moving.
Am I flashing you guys?
Yeah, you're flashing right now.
I'm so
Okay, maybe I should be in that corner. Your skirt keeps lifting up. Everybody's gonna see it. There, at least you sort of.
Alright, yeah. My character got shy, I guess.
I was sitting on the couch, and when someone sat on the couch, it was flashing everybody.
Yeah, at least now.
At least have safety shorts on.
Yeah, yeah, true,
That's true. And me and Cookie are just wearing like these skin tight like outfits.
Like crap.
I thought the Flanders didn't have a TV because they were ultra Christian.
I don't know. Did they have a
Yeah,
TV?
I don't know.
I don't remember.
Laura's just running around and we're still just chilling. Alright.
How long do you
That's
reckon we
It
can?
keeps making me automatically sit on it.
Yeah, I need one more. I need one more book. My mission's almost over. I was sitting there for too long.
Wait,
Want some
I have
popcorn?
a perfect one for it.
5 gun?
Nah, no card done.
This is so perfect.
Kim, be back on the couch.
This is great.
Yep, there we go. Now I can have a
I'm
beer.
just getting a lap dance.
Yo, Marge is watching me from the kitchen.
You can't destroy the couch, look.
Where is it?
Oh my god! Yo, I got yoinked!
Damn it. Damn it.
You think I can't destroy the couch?
You can't. I don't let you. It stays no matter what.
And that.
Whoever made this couch made it like super, you know.
That's indestructible.
See? It doesn't destroy
Yeah,
Lol.
well, you're not.
I mean, I am. I'm on the couch. Oh my gosh.
Oh, you're indestructible, right?
I am.
Yeah, but see, mine's only annoyed by you, not us. Because you attacked her.
Yeah, I might be, but if I get close enough to you guys, she'll try to hit you too.
Lol's... Lol doesn't like us anymore. Why am I getting another lap dance?
Nice! Bad Marge! No touching in this industry.
Oh. Fine, I'll just leave you guys behind.
Alright. Are we still in circle?
Oh, I didn't mean to press it again. How did I get off?
No.
You need some help, Law? Yeah. There you go.
It's not that the fact that we're still in circle, it's that we're still alive.
Yeah. Nobody cares about our situation.
It was all the lap dances.
Yeah, they understood the
We intimidated them.
Ooh.
Bye-bye.
What is my pickaxe I'm using right now? What is this? It's like a taser!
Ow!
Look at my taser!
Interesting.
I've never seen this pickaxe before.
Imagine getting
Alright.
whacked with a taser. Not even tased with it.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go.
Okay, alright, let's go. No, whatever.
Stuff in the back. You can't get in the like the stuff in the back seat.
Oh really? Lame. Yep. Hey Law, we found you!
Oh, yep. Yeah, go over there.
Where are we going? Over here? Alright. Let's go, Soul. Oops, I'm a bad driver.
Come in. Stop him. Yeah. Out of the way from the foot. Stop running the foot.
Woo!
There's a lot of, 2 people there.
I think what people had to push.
I'm being bullied!
Oh, how's that?
Where are you going, Cookie?
Away! Away from the enemies that were being mean to me.
They don't exist. They were all in your imagination.
Oh! Wow, that sniper hit a crazy shot.
I'm coming.
Yeah, I definitely got sniped.
Yeah, I believe it.
Yeah.
Totally.
You fell off, didn't you?
Nope. Me? Never. I'm so good at this game.
That you fell off.
Right above us.
I killed someone.
Woo!
I can't hit my shots. Bloody nerdy bananas on the hill.
Then don't.
Oh no! I like made it so I couldn't jump at him. Ooh!
Bananas low. Or down.
Oh no, Circle! I've got you, Law.
Power Ranger that's low. There's a green Power Ranger coming on you guys that are low. Coming back towards the main soul.
I can't hit my shots. Oh, that was just rude.
Really? Why?
Oh, Jesus!
He knew he was dead.
Hey! That was just cruel. I did nothing to him.
Yes, you did.
You
Must've.
existed.
Now my crown's gonna fade away.
Bye-bye, crown.
Yep. There's the nearest reboot. Oh, you don't need them. They're mine.
The clones are here.
Did we have a donut?
Attack of the clones.
There must have been a donut.
Yeah, there might have been a donut. Yeah, there's definitely a donut. That's good then. That's later.
Someone's rebooting?
Me.
Or was that us?
If there's a donut, if there was a donut still here, it means there's some good loot just hiding around here.
Yep, I got it. turns out it must be that team we fought.
What weapon did you get from the donut? Or
Shotgun. You can have it if you find me my 5 gun.
Yep, I've got your 5 gun. I have a 5 gun.
Oh, okay. Where are ya?
damn it.
Oh, there you go.
You can have
the
whatever
shotgun.
of the. You can have the shotgun. It's all right. You have it.
Oh, did you want your slingshot back?
Yeah, I take this inside.
Yes, please, Lord.
I need more shotgun ammo. The slingshot if anyone wanted it.
Whee!
Dad, I just got a text message.
People that way. Somewhere.
Dad's being silly at the moment. Please tell me when I need to stop running. Oh wait, never mind. I ran into a wall.
The game told you to stop.
Yeah, well, I'm currently trying to text Dad.
I'm coming, ladies.
Because he's asking me about dinner.
Ah. Alright, you probably stop running, lol. You're in circle. You don't want to get too far and attack upset the other survivors.
Some people.
Yeah, I just marked where two
Oh,
teams
there's
are fighting.
yeah, right here. Missing every shot though. They're moving. How dare they move? Woo!
Woo!
Oh,
3 off.
do you
That's
want to-
insane.
Yeah, Burgess. I don't know where they went.
One that
I
side.
think they're
one
further
down
back.
here. Oh Jesus!
Oh!
Close.
Zappy! Beware of this zap sack.
Oh no.
You get back to me, I'll try to res you.
Yeah, watch it, Soul. Move away here. You're in like a brand thing. One's gonna come back up the zip again. There's evil Homer that's shooting from across the way as well.
Get you at least.
I have no heals though.
Shoot, then evil. Zap! Burn, evil Homer! Burn!
Don't get back to your friend.
Evil Homer, I can't see him.
I lost him now down. I don't have like a lot of heals or ammo and all that stuff.
Oh, sugar.
Just get in the zone. Just get in the zone. I won't make it. And I have nothing to really fight with, so it's fine. There's like a whole team that is keeping you just above. So.
Ooh, nope. Nope.
Sorry, so I'm currently running.
It's okay.
I think this is the other. This is the other team, the last team.
Good, I don't really have a reboot, so this is not good.
Just do your best, Law.
I've got enough of a headshot that I can get this. If you guys have enhanced reboot, I would suggest you use it.
Nope, I don't have enough. That's alright. Oh, no!
Nah, I'm not. I'm not gonna get it. They're shooting me from somewhere, I don't know where.
It's alright, second place isn't bad.
I did my best.
Alright, I better hop off and go get some food.
Yeah, I was about to say this was my last one.
Ah, that's alright.
It was nice playing with you guys, meeting you guys as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, Cookie, the whole time that you were still saying that you were in Final Fantasy.
Am I? Oh, whoops.
Yeah.
It's fine. I am fine. This is Final Fantasy now, okay? You
Totally.
guys don't even know.
Thank you for the games, and feel free to just shoot me a message on Discord or anything whenever you're an extra person through games and stuff.
Of course.
I'm normally lurking in the chats anyway.
Sounds good.
Oh yeah, I no longer have to get to level 100, do I? Huh.
No.
Ooh, I like that bag. The bag's pretty.
Alright. Good night, Soul.
Night. Sleep. Sleep well.
Yeah. Alright. Bye.
Bye. Is it against the world? I have 3 rewards to claim, apparently. Claim all. I couldn't work out why my Fortnite wasn't working. I'm like, I'm clicking and it's not working. It's because I was using the wrong mouse that's connected to my computer instead of the one connected to my Xbox.
Right, when do I get reactive weights mod?
It is in the bonus reward.
I haven't got it yet.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, bonus rewards. I'm level 70, so
yeah,
might somewhere around there.
I am evil Homer. I am evil Homer. I want that one.
Yeah, I think it's 50, level 50 for the normal battle pass, and then 70 to get the bonus stuff.
Okay. Was fun.
I've got all my battle pass stuff. I don't even have anything to use.
I didn't get to see that butterfly event. That's sad.
Oh yeah, there's one coming up, the 0 hour one. I don't know when that is though. "9 days, 12 hours.
Ooh, that one's pretty.
So it'd be like 2 o'clock in the morning my time. I'm definitely not attending that. No way.
Oh, that's the one you get for being crewmate.
I'm so glad they've brought that out. It's actually so good. Having the crew on the Xbox Pass.
Yeah, it's really good. You're just having a look at all my new stuff.
Oh yeah, I'm just looking at the store. Oh, there's anything I particularly
Why
want?
would I want something?
Yeah.
Why would I want a glider that sounds like a crow?
Why not?
Don't they? Maggie. Oh, so that's how they brought Maggie in. Yeah. Jeez. Okay. Oops, wrong one. You ready for more?
Yep. I'm ready.
Yep. Is Bucky gonna join us? It's later now.
I'm not sure. she's pretty close to finishing her certificate, which is nice, so she won't have to stress so much anymore.
Yep. Trying to go find the invisible wall.
Invisible wall?
Yeah, there's an invisible wall.
Oh yeah, because you can't go to... You only go so far.
You should come find it too.
I haven't loaded in yet. I don't know why my Xbox is so slow loading in. I'm here! Ah, there's the bus.
Yep. Where shall we
Alright.
drop?
Let's go to the cornhole with the tomatoes.
Okay.
Love those tomatoes, they're actually so good.
About hot dropping.
Yep. There's a chest here. I'm gonna land on this one. I'm running away.
Well, that's awesome. I already got my shields.
Oh.
Hello. There you go. Small pot if you need it. I'm getting some tomatoes. And hopefully some dead people. That's not me. People.
Well, that was a person, it's not, it's the NPC. Sorry, Peel Fresser.
Chasing a person.
I'm coming.
I knocked him over. And now they're dead.
There go one skis.
Oh, and I'm almost out of bullets.
There's one running across
Okay,
the...
I have 6 tomatoes to throw at you.
I'm missing all my shots, oh my goodness.
That's okay. I only have 8. I will miss every single shot. But I'll hit you with a tomato instead.
I got him!
You
Got him!
You don't want to know how many tomatoes are in my inventory right now.
You know what? I'll take it.
Well, I don't need a gun. I just need one specific gun, and then I don't need anything. You know what that gun is?
5 gun.
I only need that gun, and then I'm good. And ammo. So having a whole thing of tomatoes and other stuff is probably a good thing. There's a striker there.
This wasn't as hot drop as it felt when we first landed here.
People must have got scared of you.
Yeah.
They ran away.
I mean, I'm pretty scary.
The little chickens they are.
Okay.
Nah, I just think they're too much of a chicken. Why do I hear Homer?
Up on the hill.
No, I don't have a lot of ammo. It needs to die because I don't like hearing Homer. Hey, I've got actual ammo.
There you go.
Thank you.
Well, there's another one.
There's more of them.
There we go, I can't hear any more now. Oh.
But Ben.
Hello. Fancy running into you here. The Simpsons.
We're the home. I killed this.
We are. No homers allowed.
I want my gun.
There's no one's been here,
I want my
really.
gun. No, someone has.
I mean, yeah, but they haven't like really collected. Oh, there's
a little bit.
Yeah, fight. I hear it. I'll take it back.
I'm on my way. Car.
Yep.
Might be running. Hey, my money's recovering. I'm on my way.
Smash the shield.
Oh, they hit me.
I'm missing my shots as well.
I'm about to be down. I don't think they were expecting the tomatoes.
Nice.
Yeah, but, oh! Even better. On me. No, tomatoes. There.
A little bit extra.
That was fun.
Whoa.
Gunfire.
Yep, this way. This way. Whee! Yeah, just a way across the way there. Oh. Scared me. Or evil homers nearby as well.
That guy died.
Oh, you see, I'm trying to be evil here.
I hit something. Where's Evil Homer?
I don't know, I just heard him. Oh, down here. Yeah, down there. Somebody's trying to kill him.
Oh wait, is that Evil Homer?
Yeah, down there.
I'm gonna throw a tomato at myself. And then jump.
Nice.
Shotgun.
Whee.
See, I'm...
Alright.
Oh, another 5 gun. I love the tomatoes.
Watch out, storm's coming low. Gonna eat your bum.
Oh, so I'm heading to Donut.
Alright, I'm coming. Whee!
Donut went. What's that? That looks like a sniper. Oh, that hurts you too. And of course it stops the second I get near it.
Whoa.
But it's...
I took a super slushy and now I'm just... Whee! Everywhere.
Oh, this is a sniper!
Is it? Nice.
That'll hit anything with it.
Okay, I'm gonna try and that's what matters.
Wait. I hit someone. 33 shield.
Nice. See? Someone...
55, 50, 33. Yeah, that's where I'm aiming.
Yeah.
Hit someone with a 33 again. I think they've abandoned their post or they're hiding again. I don't know where you are.
I'm in a bush.
There's people there.
I am now in the bus by accident.
I know other people went back there. Person going down there. I'm not with you, am I?
I'm inside this building here. I'm just down the road.
I'm moving towards you. I'm gonna jump on top of the building.
Oh, there's one in the air. Oh! That crusty shot. I hate that crusty thing.
Where are they?
Right,
Point?
yeah.
Oh.
They're pretty good.
I
Very
might try running
sweaty.
then.
Be sweaty.
Oh, there's no reboot ban. And I now have to head towards them. Oh, could I not see the reboot ban because you weren't dead yet?
Oh, maybe, yeah.
Okay, I'm going to hopefully there's no one here and I can just revert.
I think
reboot
they're the
you.
last team, so... As long as they don't...
Well, that means about...
Yeah. Depends on their movement.
They're not.
They're
They're
not?
shooting something else.
They were together and it says 3 people. It's like, I'm so confused.
Yeah, I am too. Hopefully you can get some stuff. They're shooting something. It might be homers, but darn it! They can actually hit with a sniper. I can't. They're
I can't hit in
inside
general,
the building.
apparently.
I don't know where they are.
One here. One.
Nah.
That's okay.
Oh. I tried.
I was rough because I didn't really get too much at the end. I just mostly had that
Okay. I'm gonna return to lobby. I need to go check when Dad wants food.
Yeah, no stress.
Be back.
Okie dokie. I thought the love that's in me though.
Huh, that's the second time for my model has crashed. As in V2, but not
Yeah.
thing. I think I need to fix these settings before I go. I think because I had to play on the
On the Xbox thingy.
It changed all my settings, but it doesn't look like it has. But it's being very funky right now. Okay, I will be back.
Okie. Actually, I might go BRB as well. I need to go to the bathroom quickly. I shall be back, friendos.
Give me cookies? No, no, no. I'm sorry. I can't give you my cookies. You'll have to harass someone else for cookies. Sorry. Sorry. No, no, no. No, I can't give you my cookies. This 1v1 is one of my favorite fights I've ever had.
They have purple, but I 96'd them. I have the wrong gun out.
Oh my god, I can't give up football. Where are they?
It's just that one.
Enemy removed. One dead for you. They were not good enough.
That was close.
You got another one there. Another one there, Cookie. Left. Left.
When you forget that you're a VTuber, cool shirt, Cookie? Oh shit, right. I went and looked at my real shirt.
Wait,
I guess I eat until I get knocked, right? I'm kidding. I'm not gonna be.
my life.
And
It's a
I
sin.
never felt this way before. And I swear it's the truth. And I owe it all to you.
Amazing.
Hit me with your best shot.
Go on and hit me with your best shot. Why don't you hit me with your best shot?
Fire away.
Yes.
Ooh, I'm super low.
I'm in love with an emo girl. I fell in love with an emo girl. All I
I am here. I grabbed the other half of my sandwich while I was out there. Very spicy though, so I have to drink lots of drink after eating it. Couldn't realise when I bought it, to be fair, because it just said beef sandwich. Alright. Yummy, yummy. I'm definitely never getting sandwiches from that place again though. Very hot. That's an old dance, that one.
I am back.
Welcome back.
And then I pressed the wrong button. Yeah, okay, cool. Pretty.
Oh, bless me.
Why would I ever care about rank?
Totally do, but what do we mean?
I have a 16% win rate. Where in the top, I've been in the top 10%, 41% of the time. And then I don't get to see any of the other parts. That's okay. So yeah, dinner's in about 30 minutes. I had to go order it.
No stress.
Yeah, well I guess Dad was hungry because he was texting me.
Alright. Let's go! I'm gonna be attacking people with drumsticks.
Where shall we go? Let's take back our neighborhood.
Yeah. That works. Gonna be a hot drop. What am I riding on? Like 3 bullets.
Don't worry, I have a gun. That I can fail at using.
You never fail if you
Oh, I
try.
have a gun. I can't. But I can't believe there's actually is a sniper in this game. They just put it really hard to get. Batch, please kill all my enemies for me. Oh. You're lame.
He doesn't do that.
The burgers! I swear they moved where the burgers are.
They used to be on the table. In the...
Oh, they always were on the table?
Yeah.
Burgers. Where's all the people going?
There's a 5 gun up here, Law.
Gun. Me break things until I get my gun. Gun.
Pew, pew, pew.
For a second there, it worried me and made it seem like I couldn't pick up said gun. I was gonna cry.
Don't worry, I would cry too. Couldn't have.
I would have, you don't.
Whee!
I couldn't pick up the 5 gun.
Yeah. I'm gonna get a car.
That seriously would have made me cry. Okay.
I'm gonna pick you up.
Remember, they only scream once.
Is there a person here?
swear
There
this
is.
house-
Nice job. We're gonna need a new car now. That one's broken.
I did nothing.
You did, you scared
Oh.
them. Should we go to the tomato place? Whee!
Person.
They've eaten the tomatoes. Oh, there's one behind you. I knocked them.
Shooting me.
Yep, I'm I'm out of the car. I don't know how much help, but I am out of the car. Oh my gosh, they keep running away. That one's pretty low.
Oh, I now have room for two. Oh, did he take the car?
Who did take our car? His friend's here. I don't know where he thinks he's
Oh,
going
yeah.
without his friend.
Providing.
No, they're here. They're alive still.
Huh.
I'm almost dead though.
Oh, that's not good.
You quickly using a med kit. I don't know where they went.
We need to go.
Yep, I'm getting a car.
Oh.
I'm coming to pick you up.
Yeah, well, hurry, please.
Ooh!
I'm in. Go.
Ooh! Let's go!
I don't know if that worked.
Oh, it made splashes on my screen, so I think so.
Donut. Nah. Down where the camp is, I guess. I don't think it's been claimed.
Oh no, there's someone here though. Side. Missing so many shots.
Evil Homer. I think that car's back.
Oh my goodness.
They're not letting me alone. Nah, I'm down. I tried. they're actually gonna try to kill me. There's about 3 of them. And they're not shooting each other. They are not shooting each other at all.
Oh my goodness. I shotgunned them. Wasn't enough.
Oh, that's why they weren't shooting each other. They're bots.
They're bots. Bye bot, bye bot. I wish I was that level of bot.
Oh. I think Dad had the right idea of getting food early.
Yeah.
Hungry. But I always do when I'm...
I am evil Homer. Not fair being sticky. Oh, not fair. Today's my off.
Yeah, that's the thing. I had 3 of them, and I just literally watched them team up against me.
Yeah.
And then try to find you. They did not fire a single shot at each other at all. And we're not playing trios, we're playing duos.
Exactly.
You know what? Fortnite must make a lot of money.
Yeah.
The reason I say that is there's just too many collabs.
Yeah.
If you think about it, with how many collabs they have, the royalty fees they must be paying are atrocious. Your turn to pick.
Alright, let's go to the manor. Move into the manor in a hot minute.
Okay.
I feel like none of the quests are at the manor.
They're not.
The manor just gets completely looked over. I know it's Burns' manor, but still.
Am I still hot dropping?
We are.
Why were you guys trying to destroy a tree? What, did you think you were playing build or something? That was the stupidest team I've ever seen. And what's even worse is, you know what? I don't usually do this, but... Jeez, stop trying to kill trees. That's literally what they did, both times. It was destroy trees.
They don't like trees, obviously.
Well, they died for it, and then I danced on top of their corpses.
Oh, Jesus!
I'm on my way.
Yeah, I'm getting it straight away. They're finishing me. Oh, they're picking me up and carrying me away. Why
Okay, well,
not?
then I'm gonna try to head out then.
Yeah. Weirdos. Goodness me.
Because like this, the way I'm getting to your card.
No. They're weird. They carried me and then put bushes on top of me.
They were trying to find me because they thought I'd come.
No, you cannot have.
You know where the other one of these is? Doesn't matter. Gotta be better than where we are. Oh, sugar, no, it's not.
I just put you down below.
Yep. No, that's not in the right spot. I was regaining money.
Oh no! Oh no!
I didn't even have footsteps come up just then.
No, I didn't see it either.
Oh well.
Bully.
What time do you have to go get your boys?
Not for a little while yet. It's only 3:30. I don't have to be picked up until I go back past 5. I'll be around a little bit longer. I stream as much as I can on a Thursday because I can.
Yeah, for at least 30 minutes before I have to go out and go get tea and dinner.
Yeah. Alright.
Where are we going?
Krusty.
Okay.
Gonna try and cap it. Knowing how like everyone's gonna want to go there this time, even though no one's gone there the last few games. Oh yeah, there's at least one team.
I think we've got at least 2.
See, I told ya. It's just because we want to go. Honestly, that's all it is. Yeah, there's one in that building. Or at least one person in that building.
Oh, what? I need, yeah. Should only be one in there, but.
Oh my goodness.
I need to dodge my bullets. Also, you got another guy coming in.
Oh yeah, I got no bullets. Woo!
Remember, F helps. Also, I will die.
Oh my god, I'm missing all my shots. Oh my gosh.
I'm gonna be dead.
Yeah.
That's okay. There's the gold gun on my body if you can grab it.
my gosh. Oh, that was his friend. Oh, that was, yeah, that wasn't even, the other guy I killed wasn't their friend. How come every other game we've played, nobody's gone Krusty, and then we go and everyone's like, oh look, Krusty. Rigged game, I swear. Fast and far, those ones. Oh my gosh, I'm a Yeti.
Yeah, you're a Yeti. I like that emote.
I reckon we could do this drop that you like. With the truck.
Oh, sorry. I don't know where you. Oh, I just jumped.
Oh.
Whoops. Where are we going?
Oh, going to this place you like
okay.
with the truck, you know. That's fine.
Yeah. I didn't hit the thing.
That's okay.
Yeah, I didn't hear the ping drop. I'm almost there.
I think one person came here. I need to damage them with the shotgun.
A gun?
Oh yeah, yeah, kill these people. They have one.
Oh. Oh.
I don't think their
back
friend.
to your thing. Break that. Get shields.
Yes, yeah. I don't think their friend even came
I don't think
with
their
them.
friend landed here.
No.
No.
Nice. Alright, looting this
Shields.
now.
Okay.
I think the other two are pretty much untouched.
There's a person. That direction.
Maybe they realize they're like, oh! Friend! Where did you go?
I don't know where they went. Oh, did you kill them?
No.
I didn't even need to come down here.
Oh, I don't know where they went.
person.
Oh, I'm coming.
That direction. I don't know where I'm inside the building, but chainsaw?
Me, I've got one. It was their friend.
Ah. I will find this chest even if I have to destroy everything to do it. It was underneath the stairs. Wow. And now I can hear another one. Would you like some burgers?
Sure. I'm just riding. I didn't realize you could use the chainsaw like this. And now I'm really excited.
Oh.
Did you know that you could do this?
Yes, Crimson showed me.
Why did you gas?
That's what I got.
Oh, 5 gun?
Yeah, I got 5 gun. I got this gun. Except for the sniper. Which... well, we're trying to get sniper it's over there. Ain't there. I don't have one.
Oh no, I'm trying not to get...
It's okay, I don't care.
No, I don't want to go too far without you, I might die.
Yeah, you just need to find a car.
Yeah.
And then car back. Someone's shooting at me.
Oh! Where'd they even come from?
I don't know, but his friend is still around somewhere.
Yeah.
And you can stop telling your friend where I am.
Okay. Oh, friend's here.
Yeah, run towards the person with the shotgun. Yeah, because that's really smart.
Yeah, but I don't know.
I think... oh, go get your hound.
Yep. Every time we come here. These are my hounds. This is my house.
I got it right again.
I'm gonna use
Before we get head off.
yeah, I'm gonna use these things to get out of here.
I'm gonna activate a rift. So you
Yeah,
get
my
out.
wife's not taking me up. There we go. I wasn't letting me up at first. I was like, oh.
I'm heading towards Homer.
Dookies.
I don't know where you went.
I'm in the sky.
Wait, just... Don't see a car.
I'll check out burns quickly for you and see. Sometimes one here. Yeah, there's one here. Right, I'm grabbing car.
You're gonna have to bring it because I'm
Yep. I'm a coming. I'm coming home. I'm coming home. Tell the world that I'm coming home.
I'm in trouble. They have that stupid ray gun. You might as well just run.
Yep, tree got in my way. Very rude.
Done. I was gonna try to get my stuff into the cliff. Jerks. Don't think I have an enhanced reboot though. Full gun.
The bus.
I'm heading straight to the homeless spot, by the way.
Yeah, the bus has. I just destroyed it. There's some a gun in it. And looking for this person to get.
Get off me, you jerks! I gotta go.
Killed them with the chainsaw. There's a 5-gun here.
Good. I have home as being annoying.
Alright, I'm coming.
5-gun, where?
In this building in here. I'm coming. Oh, with the homers, don't worry.
I really just do not have the ammo to deal with the home.
Alright, I just used my chainsaw.
But I did a good... Yeah. I lost my slingshot. Bad.
Meow. Oops. Sorry. Oops. I totally think I picked that up. Oh! Oh, and people shooting at us.
Oh, they're over the cliff!
Yep. Someone coming in with a car as well. Oh shit, I just got a flippin'... Yep. Super duper, like, so low.
I did it! I only did that stupid quest!
I was so low someone could slap me in the face and kill me.
Are you in trouble? Are you dead?
I'm okay now. I was very low though.
Because I've got people chasing me! Ow, 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 ow! Oh, and they have that stupid floppy gun! That gun is way overpowered.
No! I tried!
Okay, I'm gonna try to run away. But
Yeah.
there's just so many people right now. Don't know if I'm gonna make it. Especially without a chainsaw.
Nerdy banana.
Well, they're not killing you, so it's yay.
Nope, yeah. Nerdy banana did. In the end.
Good. That's actually really good because I am right next to. It's not shrinking, is it?
I don't think so, no.
Not yet. Unfortunately, if they've chased me, I'm dead. Because I didn't really position very well. I'm gonna give you a gun.
No gaze.
Because at least you can aim with it. Memo, there you go. There might be, because this is a donut spot, it may have got some more. Oh, you've got to be kidding me! How did you?
Oh, one pretty good shot.
I ran out of ammo and I couldn't change gun in time.
Yeah.
Oh,
they had mythic. Yeah, they had a mythic as well.
Okay, I am going to check on food. Yeah, I've got to go. It's food time.
No worries. Enjoy your dinner. Thank you for games.
I will. No problem. Are you gonna be still on?
Yeah, for a little bit. Before I have to get the boys.
I'm just gonna raid you then.
Okay.
I'll probably relaunch stream after dinner, but I just don't want to at the moment. These are our raid messages. You all know Cookie because Cookie was here.
I am. I'm
here. And I still want to find a way to make my bot only appear in my channel. Without having to use stream elements. But yeah. We'll be back, like I said, probably later. I'm sorry my avatar is being absolutely stupid right now. But hopefully it will fix itself later. Bye! Okay, I will go have dinner, and then I'll work out what I'm doing after tea.
Sounds good.
I am going to close the party and close Fortnite.
No worries.
Okay.
Bye.
Feel free to stay in the voice if you want to, but
thank you.
It's up to you.
Rainbow! Take the rainbow.
Taste the rainbow. Taste the rainbow. Taste the rainbow. Taste the rainbow. Taste the rainbow. Taste the rainbow.
I keep best redeem, honestly, when I get raided.
Taste the rainbow.
I'll pop over to my Discord. There we go. Pop over my Discord just in case I need to drag anybody in or anything. Lord, thank you so much for the raid. Oh my goodness, I had no idea. I hope you had a great stream. I mean, I was here for most of the whole thing anyway. I hope you have good dinner. Love you very much. If you guys are not following Laura, make sure you go follow Laura. Laura's beautiful and amazing and a lovely, kind person. Make sure that you go follow her. If you guys do not know me, my name is Z Cookie.
I am a variety streamer. We play Fortnite, we play Final Fantasy, we play single player games, we play like all kinds of things. So we do like all kinds of stuff here. And yeah, I try to stream most days. And when I can't stream, I make TikTok videos and YouTube videos and do like stream tips and I think that Paris is going to come play a couple of games with us before we have to go. We won't be live for too much longer just because I have to go get my kiddos from care soon, but be live for a little bit longer. We almost won so many of those games. It's crazy. We're actually cracked gamers. Real. I don't know if I want to choose what like character I'm playing. I think I never decide what I want to play, like what I want my character to look like. Who do I want to be? Maybe Galaxia? She's pretty cute. We could be. I was actually really surprised. I saw this when I was eating my food before. I couldn't talk about it. But like, Marge has so many different styles. So she has the like normal, basic up, and no super level. Then she has normal with her hair down. And she can have normal with her hair up, but reactor waist, or hair down and reactor waist. Then she has Witchy Marge with her hair up, Witchy Marge with her hair down that has a hat on, and then reactor waist for both of those as well. You believe? How crazy is that? There's so many different versions of Marge. Groot? Nah, I don't want to play Groot. Yellow Jack, really cute skin. So many cute skins, honestly. Hemlock's a really nice skin, actually. What styles? I thought it did. It does. Oh, that's a creepy skin. No, thank you. I like the normal one, not the dark one. Oh, this one has lots of skin styles as well. Rox was actually like one of my faves way back when. I always thought this was like the unofficial loser fruit skin.
It has like a little fruit on the front of it. We could be a pirate or a banana. Oh, this is also another like, cool one, except she has a snake on her head, which I don't really like. And we got Nightshade. I've got so many skins for real though. Get a Christmas skin, anyone? What have I done? Oh, what have I done? Oh, no, I've broken it. There we go. I do not want to be this skin. You got this one. Fishing. Oops, I joined your party. Why am I stuck here? Help. And help. I don't even know where to go anymore because everywhere's been busy today. Well, I guess we can go to the Simpsons, but I don't know. It's all busy. They all try to kill me. I don't like it. Oh my goodness. What that is, that's a pretty... Yep.
Did I sit on the couch again? That's what I did last time we came in this building. Oh, it's best not. There's lots of people around. I think they were bobots. Let me run past you. People this way. We'll find them. Didn't know there was a house down this way. Did you know there was a house down this way? Where's his friend?
They didn't come from this way, so I don't know.
Nope. Is that what American? Okay. How dare you destroy my car?
What's that?
They're homers.
Why?
I don't know.
coming from.
Let's see, where are you getting damaged from?
No idea.
Where those shots are coming from, I'd say. Well, not one of them. I'm gonna get a bad name. Oh shit, no, far out! They're a good shot. My friend wasn't as good. Oh. They're trying to jump out. Yeah. Oh, really good. Oh.
I just didn't have ammo on that gun.
They're so good though, in comparison to the friend wasn't as good of a shot.
Well, this is an interesting combo.
Hmm? That fish.
Yeah. Big fat one. Big wobbly boy. We're going.
Let's go here.
That's not a location.
It is. It's the new location they made. Called
Must be Alice in Wonderland themed.
Yeah.
I'm from Ambridge. Thanks. Already 2 people we've taken out then. Someone landed on the roof with me, but I got the gun, so... Where you at?
I'm chasing you.
Well, I'm not only getting shotguns, I don't want them.
Yeah. This. God, I missed way too many shots. It was very embarrassing.
What's with the weird homers?
I don't know. Whatever they've bought out these days. They're like radioactive or something.
Shut up.
Yep. I got in the car.
Where are they? I see some of them.
There's another one on the team. Oh, that's a Bobot for sure.
That was really funny. The mechanics was weird.
Oh, that's the best Bobot I've ever seen.
I got footsteps near me, I think.
It could be the homers, to be fair. They do make footsteps. Get in there. There's people.
It's over there.
Like 6 teams is what's over here. Oh, this is the most embarrassing thing ever. Nobody watch.
There's gotta be another person, right?
Yeah, that one died straight away.
Okay.
What was just shooting at?
We only killed 3 though, right?
I don't know. I've killed 7 total, so I don't know.
How do you check that?
It says top right. So it has the timer of the storm, then it has how many people are remaining, then it has how many you've killed, and then it has how many teams, I think. There's one over here. In this way. see the noob so far away.
Someone just ran in to the right, I think. I hate the behaves. Nice. It takes so long, man. It's like such a long process.
It's faster if there's like obviously you got one person. Like half the time or something.
Thanks.
Oh, there's some more.
No, not stop!
Robot Central, I'll take it. What it does, but whatever.
Laura and Crimson said it's pretty good. One shot thing. I haven't tried it myself.
Purple guns everywhere, my god. Have you got purple long range?
Yeah, I've got some people on me.
Fuck me, man. I can't shoot fast enough. Not on this stupid thing, at least.
Right, I should go get ready to get the boys.
Okay.
I'll be back in a minute.
Hmm?
Be back in a minute. Alright. Let me get myself all sorted over here. Oh, actually, I need that backed up for a second because I need to get everything. Oh, can I? And turn it off as well. I want to turn it off. Okay. Here we go. Man, I'm streaming, my PC really gets hot. Hot, hot, hot. Alright, let me just get me bits and bobs from doing that bit away. I have something exciting to tell you. Oh, are you ready? Very exciting. I'm very excited to tell you. We're gonna be reading our friend Paris because she's gonna be streaming some Final Fantasy. So that's exciting. I'm gonna go raid her. That's exciting. Yeah, it's so exciting. I won't be live tomorrow unless I am able to stream at night. We'll just have to see how we go. Because my Beanos have an assembly, and then I've been asked to go to lunch with a friend, and yes, I was going to tell you, Paris, I haven't had a chance. And then they have a colour fun run as well, and there's just like a lot going on tomorrow, so I can't stream during the day tomorrow at all. But we'll see how we go. I might be able to stream in the like evening, maybe. We'll see. I legitimately, I'll have a conversation with you in a minute. I legitimately was asked while I was live if I could fit in lunch in between assembly and fun run. Stop. I'll tell you who it is afterwards, obviously, because it's an IRL friend. I don't want to say out on stream. And Docs, the lovely friendo. But yeah, we're gonna go raid at Paris. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. I really appreciate it. I hope you guys enjoyed the Animal Crossing and Final Fantasy and Fortnite. I know we haven't played a Fortnite in a hot minute, so there you go. Exciting things in the making. And yeah, I'm gonna work on some stream stuff and some Discord stuff soon as well. But yeah, let's go and raid Paris. Love you guys very much. Thank you for hanging out. Make sure you look after yourselves, take your meds, and drink your water, and eat your food, do all the things you need to look after yourselves. If you're not following the socials, there's the socials, and if you're not on the Discord, come along into the Discord. And for now, I'm gonna go. Let's go say hello to Paris, and I'll talk to you guys soon. Bye!